Hmm. Hello. Well, oh, this is the first systematic exposition of all the central topics in the philosophy of logic. Susan Hack's book has established an international reputation, translated into 5 languages for its accessibility, clarity, conciseness, orderliness, and range, as well as for its thorough scholarship and careful analysis. Huh, I'm trying to flip the camera. Uh, Second paragraph. Hack discusses the scope and purpose of logic, validity, truth functions, quantification, and ontology. Names. Oh, that was one item. Quantification and ontology. Names, descriptions, truth, truth bearers. The self theoretical and semantic paradoxes and modality. She also explores the motivations for a whole range of non classical systems of logic, including many valued logics, fuzzy logic, modal and tense logics, and relevance logics, presupposing only an elementary knowledge of formal logic. This book includes many useful summaries, no, summary tables, many useful summary tables and diagrams, as well as a helpful glossary, technical terms. Wide range, informative, and eminently readable. This book has proven a valuable resource for generations of students and scholars in a variety of disciplines. A favorite textbook for advanced undergraduate and graduate courses in philosophy of logic. It is also widely used by logicians and by philosophers who want or need to know about philosophy of logic by linguists psychologists, computer scientists, and other researchers in AI and cognitive science concerned with the relations between natural and formal languages and between formal logic and informal reasoning, and by engineers and scientists seeking logical tools and needing guidance on the alternatives to classical logic. An excellent survey of issues. Gilbert Harmon in the Journal of Symbolic Logic. Useful, stimulating, reliably informative, and enjoyable. Mind. Susan Hack is Cooper Senior Scholar in Arts and Sciences and Professor of Philosophy at the University of Miami. Her other publications include Deviant Logic, Fuzzy Logic, Evidence and Inquiry, and Manifesto of a Passionate Moderate. Cambridge University Press. So take a screenshot of this so that you can read it. If I can get it close enough to get it all in without any glare. There's a little bit of glare, but up in the top. Let's see, how's that? Let me get farther away. There we go. It's kind of distorted, but maybe let me get closer. Oh, there we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There you go. Now get the other side. Oh. Excuse me. Oh boy. I have to go to the bathroom. Oh. Whoosh. Okay. Oh, something got in my nose. Maybe it's just a virus. Uh, mm. Let me wash my hands. Mm. Okay. Oh, so excuse me. So I'm back. Let's hack this book by Susan Hack. Philosophy of Logic. Let's get closer. No, Philosophy of Logics. Why? Why is it Philosophy of Logics? So that suggests that there are many logics. Well, this book is an old hack. It was published a little while ago. Well, it was first published or first copyrighted in 1978. So it was first published in 1978. But it's been reprinted quite a few times. Maybe they can't seem to print it to get it right. Or maybe she revises it a little bit every so often. As you can see, right at the list of dates 1979, 80, 85, 88, 91, 92, 93, 95, 96, 1999. We're going to party like it's 1999. In 2000. So they stopped at 2000. What's up with that? Maybe it's because this book was published in 2000. This particular reprint. Let's take a look at the table of contents. So you have preface where you learn about the notations and abbreviations that are going to be used. And you have the first chapter, I suppose you could call it. It could be called something else. Part. Let's call it chapter. First chapter is Philosophy of Logics. Logic, philosophy of logic, metalogic, scope logic. Chapter 2, Validity. Assessing arguments. Oh, maybe we should call it part 2 because there's subparts that may end up being calling chapters. Let's see. So this is meta part 1, meta part 2, and this is sub part 1, 2, 3, 4. Something like that it could be. So let's call this meta part 1, and this is sub part 1. So this is 2.1, 2.2, 2.3, 2.4. So under validity, we have assessing arguments, deductive validity, with some brief comments about inductive strength, validity in a system, extra systematic validity, logica utens and logica docens, inductive strength, formal logical systems, the L in valid in L, notational variants are alternative primitive constants, axiomatic and natural deduction formulations, alternative axioms and or rules. And 2.1234, 2.4, validity and logical forms on page 22. Meta part 3. Sentence connectives. 3.1, formal considerations. 3.1.1. Adequate sets of connectivities. 3.1.2, functional completeness. 3.1.3, characteristic matrices decidability. 3.1.4, many valued logic. 3.2, the meaning of connectives, formal languages, and informal readings. 2.1. So 3.2.1 is formal languages and informal readings. 3.2.2, PONC. 3.2.3, aims of formalization. 3.2.4, and end. 3.2.5, the V and or, etc. So those are the meanings of connectives. 3.2. 4, quantifiers. We have the first part. So in other words, 4.1 is quantifiers and their interpretations. 4.2 would be metaphysical interlude, quine, or on quantification and ontology. The criterion of ontological commitment and substitutional quantification and ontology. And 4.3 is the choice of interpretation. 4.3.1, substitutional quantifiers and truth. 4.3.2, too few names, question mark. 0.3, tense. 0.4, modality. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 0.5, second order quantifiers. 1 through 5 is under 4.3. Meta part 5. How many meta parts are there? 12 meta parts. So meta part 5 is singular terms and their interpretation. Names as purely denotative, names as assimilated to descriptions. Descriptions, non-denoting names, fiction. Meta part 6, sentences, statements, and propositions. That's divided into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 parts, or points. Point 1, 3 approaches. Point 2, sentence, statement, proposition. Point three, sentence letters, prepositional variables, or what? Point four, truth bearers, and theory of truth. Point five, the problem reformulated. Validity again. Seven, theories of truth. It's divided into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 parts. Part one, a summary sketch, definitions versus criteria of truth. Part two, correspondence theories. Part three, coherence theories. Part four, pragmatic theories. Part five, the systematic theory, which is divided into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 parts. Adequacy conditions on definition of truth, material adequacy, formal correctness, Tarski's definition of truth, informal account, formal account. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7.6, commentary on the semantic theory. Divided into 4 parts. Tarski's own estimate, Popper's claim on behalf of Tarski's theory, Davidson's use of Tarski's theory. And let's see, 3, 6, part 7 of meta part 7, the redundancy theory, which is divided into looks like 6 parts. Ramsey, truth bearers, the object language / meta language distinction, the quantifiers, which consists of for example, in parentheses P, and then in parentheses, if he asserts that P, comma P. Okay. The, in parentheses, presentational theory of truth. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, not 6, but 5 subparts for the redundancy, the redundancy theory, which is part 7 of 7 under meta part 7, theories of truth. Now we're going to meta part 8, paradoxes. It's divided into 3 parts. Part 1 is the liar and related paradoxes, which consists of set theoretical versus semantic paradoxes. And then solutions to paradoxes, requirements on a solution, Russell's solution, the theory of types, the vicious circle principle, Tarski's solution, the hierarchy of languages, Kripke's solution, groundedness. And the third part, of meta-part paradoxes is paradox without faults. Some remarks about the redundancy theory of truth in the BCP again. It's under part 3 of meta part 8. Meta part 9, logic and logics, divided into 4 parts, looks like. Part 1, classical and non-classical logics. Part 2, responses to pressure to change the standard formalism. Part 3, first case study, the logic of temporal discourse. And the third is second case study, falsification versus fuzzy logic. Postscript, degrees of truth. And meta part 10, modal logic, necessary truth, modal systems, criticism of modal logic, semantics for modal logics, prospects, implication again, a postscript on relevance logic. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 parts under modal logic. And so the first part is necessary truth, the second, modal systems, the third, criticisms of modal logic, the fourth, semantic for modal logics, the fifth, prospects, and the sixth, implication, again, a postscript on relevance logic, which is subtitled The Paradoxes of Strict Implication. Oh, it's got 2 parts. That and relevance logic itself. And going back a little bit to the second part of the meta part, modal logic, meta part 10, modal logic. The second part is modal systems. That's divided into 4. The first part, extensions of classical logic. The second part, historical remarks. The third part, a formal sketch. And the fourth part, relations between the modal systems. And the third part of the meta part number 10, meta part 10, modal logic, has the third part divided up, which is titled Criticisms of Modal Logic. It's got 3 parts. Part 1 is modal logic was conceived in sin. And part 2 is modal logic is not needed. And part 3, the interpretation of modal logic is fraught with difficulties. So those are the criticisms of modal logic. Now, under modal logic, which is meta part 10, there's a fourth part, semantics for modal logics. That's divided into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 parts. The first of 5 parts is formal semantics, a sketch. The second part of 5 parts is pure and depraved semantics. The third part of 5 parts is approaches to possible worlds. The third part of, no, yes, no, I think it's the fourth part. Yes, this one is the first, this one is the second, this one is the third. Now I'm on the fourth, right? Well, let's go back to the third. Approaches to possible worlds. And the fourth, approaches to possible individuals. And, oh, that's a colon, transworld identity. And the fifth, let's see if I got it right. Second, third. How much minute? One, yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, the fifth. Quine's doubts confirmed? Question mark. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 prospects. 6. And that is part 6. Implication again. Subtitled A Postscript on Relevance Logic. Subtitled The Paradoxes of Strict Implication. Oh no, that's not a subtitle, that's the parts underneath it. In other words, modal logic is divided into 5 parts, right? No, 6. 6 parts. In the 6th part, it's divided into 2 parts. So the first part is the paradoxes of strict implication. And the second part is relevance logic. Now we get to the final 2 meta parts. Many-valued logic. So there's many-valued systems and philosophical motivations and many-valued logics and truth values and non-truth functional deviant logics. In other words, meta part 11 is titled Many-Valued Logic. That's divided up into 4 parts. The first part is meta-valued systems. The second part is philosophical motivations. The third part is meta-valued logics and truth values. And the fourth part is non-truth functional deviant logics. Going back to the first part, many-valued systems, that's divided up into 3 parts. Restrictions of classical logic, deviant logics. And the second is historical remarks, and the third is formal sketch. Well, then the second part of the meta part 11, many-valued logic, is titled Philosophical Motivations. And that part is divided into contains, maybe I should say contains, not divided, but contains 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Contains 7 parts. The first part of 7 is future contingents. The second part is quantum mechanics. The third is semantic paradoxes. The fourth is meaninglessness. The fifth is sense without denotation. And the sixth is undecidable sentences. Those are the 6 parts of the part philosophical motivations. of the meta part, 11, many valued logic. Now, many valued logic is contains uh, 4 parts. So we looked at the first 2 parts. Now the third part is many valued logics in truth values on page 213. The fourth part is non-truth functional deviant logics, and it contains 2 parts: super valuations and intuitionist logic. There, we've completed meta part 11, many valued logics. Now the final meta part 12, is some metaphysical and epistemological questions about logic. Wow. It, well, metaphysical does not mean spiritual, does it? Not in philosophy, I don't think. Oh, I'm thinking about mystical. Metaphysical is not mystical. So, meta part 12, like I said, is titled Metaphysical and Epistemological Questions about Logic. And it's it contains 3 parts. Part 1 is metaphysical questions, part 2 is epistemological questions, and part 3 is logic and thought. So going back to first part, metaphysical questions, it contains uh, it contains 3 parts. The first part is monism, pluralism, and instrumentalism. The second part is the issues summarized, and the third part is comments. Now, the second of 3 parts of meta part 12 is epistemological questions. It, it contains it contains uh, it contains 4 parts. So the first part is the first question: what is fallibilism? And the second part is the second question: does fallibilism extend to logic? And the third of 4 parts is not a question, it's a digression, colon, two dogmas again. And the fourth part of 4 parts is also not a question. It's titled Revision of Logic. So those are the 4 parts underneath the part epistemological questions, which is underneath the part meta part 12, and last part in meta part 12 of 12 meta parts, which is titled Some Metaphysical and Epistemological Questions about Logic. man. Oh, oh, oh. Wait a minute. I have to shake my phone 10 times, I think. To exit out of this program. Exit out of It's got some news. See, it's 44 degrees. It's 44 degrees Fahrenheit outside right now. The horoscope, the news. There you go. Okay. Where was that? Before I was rudely interrupted by my alarm. The magic and thought. So I'm under the middle part 12, which is the last part. And it's divided into three parts. And I already went through the first two. And so the final part is logic and thought on page 238. So those are the 12 meta parts. You could think of them as the 12 different logics, meta logics, maybe. Maybe not. We'll find out in the preface, maybe. Let's see. Then, then these meta parts are followed by an excellent glossary, and then there's advice on reading, and then there's a bibliography, and then there's an index. All beginning on page 243. 243. But perhaps we might want to look at the preface first. So, the century since the publication of Frige's Begriffsschrift has seen a tremendous growth in the development and study of logical systems. Let's find out who is Frege Begriffsschrifts. Well, maybe that's in the bibliography. So if we go to page 255, we may find out who did this. 255? Yes, 255. Oh, we could look it up. Oh, there's a glossary. There's advice on reading. There's a bibliography. Let's see. Frege. There it is. Frege. G. Frege. Just guessing how you pronounce it. Maybe it's pronounced fridge or fridge. 1879. So that was written 150 years ago, maybe. Uh, the name of the book is by Frege or Frege or Fridge or Fredge is Begriffsschrift. And it was in English translations in Hygiene Hort, 1967, and in Bynum, 1972. 1882, he wrote uh, a Über den Wissenschaftliche Berechtigung einer Begriffsschrift on the scientific justifications of a conceptual notation. Mm, mm. On the aims of conceptual notation. And oh my goodness, he wrote a lot. See, all these uh, books, it looks like are written by him. Let's see, maybe with other authors. Hmm? For example, The Foundation of Arithmetic. That was 1884. For example, The Basic Laws of Arithmetic. The Thought in Logical Inquiry. Friggy, Friggy, G. So this is a job for looking it up. Let's look him up. So I'm going to share a a web page. Let's go to bing.com. Mm, mm. So we're at bing.com. So we can type in his name, Freddy. Hmm, Freddy Logic. Let's see. So in Gottlob Frege, matemático y filósofo alemán. That means he was a German mathematician and philosopher. Friedrich Ludwig Gottlob Frege fue un matemático, lógico y filósofo alemán. That means Friedrich Ludwig Gottlob Frege was a mathematician, logician, and philosopher from Germany. He is considered the father of mathematical logic and analytical philosophy. Let me read this in English. Let's read. Yeah, this is Wikipedia, so maybe they have the English version right here. Let's see. There it is. Oh, I have to donate. Oh, okay. Friedrich Ludwig Gottlob Frege. So he lived from 1848 to 1925. He was a German philosopher, logician, and mathematician. He was a mathematics professor at the University of Jena, is understood by many to be the father of analytic philosophy, concentrating on the philosophy of language, logic, and mathematics. Though he was largely ignored during his lifetime, he said piano, Bertrand Russell, and to some extent Ludwig Wittgenstein uh, introduced his work to later generations of philosophers. Frege is widely considered to be the greatest logician since Aristotle and one of the most profound philosophers of mathematics ever. Mm, wow. Mm, oh, that's him. If you find him, report immediately to the authorities. The mathematical logic authority or the logical mathematics authorities. Hmm. He's considered of the school of analytic philosophy, logistic, no, linguistic turn, logical objectivism, modern Platonism, logicism, transcendental idealism, all before 1891, and metaphysical realism after 1891, foundationalism, indirect realism, redundancy theory of truth, institutions, University of Jena. Hmm. There's his thesis. Thesis such as on a geometrical representation of imaginary forms in a plane and methods of calculation based on an extension of the concept of magnitude. Uh-uh. Notable ideas: anti-psychologism, principle of compositionality. No, is that? Let's see if I tap on. No, I don't want to tap. They should put commas. Uh, so is this one item or what? Because I don't see commas between them. Anyway, I could kind of determine that Frigy's propositional calculus is one item, ancestral relation is another. Logicism, sense and reference, Frigy's puzzles. Oh, I wonder if they provide a an audio for to listen to how his name should be pronounced. Hmm, I can't tell. I don't know how to read the international phonetics. So, hmm, unless I get maybe a tap on it and see if I don't want to try it. So his contributions include the development of modern logic in the Begrish Schrift. Oh, so there's that work that's mentioned in the book I was looking at. So I'll tap on it. So I'll tap on it. There we go. That's the work he wrote that's mentioned. German for roughly it means concept writing, and it's a book on logic by Gottlob Frege, published in 1879, and the formal system set out in that book. Mm, mm. Begriff Schrift is usually translated as concept writing or concept notation. The excuse me, the full title of the book identifies it as a formal language modeled on that of arithmetic for pure thought. Okay. Frege's motivation for developing his formal approach to logic resembled Leibniz's motivation for his calculus ratiocinator. Despite that, in the foreword, Frege clearly denies that he achieved this aim. And also, mm, that his main aim would be constructing an ideal language like Leibniz's, which Frege declared to be a quite hard and idealistic, though not impossible, task. Frege went on to employ his logical calculus in his research on the foundations of mathematics, carried out over the next quarter century. This is the first work in analytical philosophy, a field that future British and Anglo philosophers such as Bertrand Russell further developed. Notation and system. The calculus contains the first appearance of quantified variables and is essentially classical bivalent second order logic with identity. It is bivalent in that sentences or formulas denote either true or false. Second order because it includes relation variables in addition to object variables and allows quantification over both. The modifier with identity specifies that the language includes the identity relation equals. Frege stated that his book was his version of a característica universalis, a Leibnizian concept that would be applied in mathematics. Frege presents his calculus using idiosyncratic two-dimensional notation. Connectives and quantifiers are written using lines connecting formulas. rather than symbols, rather than the symbols. Uh, how could I point to it? I need to figure out a pointer. Hmm. Or I could put it to the very top. See the symbols? One looks like a hyphen with the right and uh, having a bend to the left. So I'm reading about, hello, Joe. I'm reading about Begrish Schrift. And that is a work by the great philosopher and mathematician, logician Gottlob Frege, a published in 1879, and it refers to the formal system set out in that book. He is as considered. Hmm. So Begriffsschrift is German, and it translates as concept writing or concept notation. And it's a formal language modeled on that of arithmetic for pure thought. Hmm. It resembles Leibniz's motivation for his calculus ratiocinator. Hmm.
I'm not very familiar with the works of Leibniz. How about you?
Hmm. Oh, he's
Maybe
up there with Isaac Newton. And both Isaac Newton and Leibniz invented something that would be called the calculus for mathematics. Hmm.
if Leibniz and
And
Newton were to play Vinci, could Dawn beat them?
hmm. Uh,
I don't
I
think
think.
so.
See, Dawn
Hmm.
is confident.
Hmm.
Good morning,
Look
gentlemen.
at.
Good morning.
Let's see. Oh, let's see. I will stop sharing and show my face. Oh,
Show me
that's
your
not my face.
face. Oh, there
I
it
was
is.
I was reading this book by Susan Hack. Let's see. Here it is. Susan Hack, The Philosophy of Logics. There's like, there's not just one logic. There seems to be 12 logics.
Well, that would make sense. There'd be one for each apostle.
Yes, like, or at least there's 12 parts in this book. Like, there's the philosophy of logics, there's validity, there's sentence connectives, there's quantifiers, there's singular terms, there's sentences, statements, propositions, there's theories of truth, there's paradoxes, there's logic and logics, there's modal logic, there's many valued logic. There's some metaphysical and epistemological questions about logic. And those are the 12 parts. Maybe they're not logics, they're just 12 parts of the book. Then there's a glossary, and then there's advice on how to read the book, and there's a bibliography, and there's an index. So let's begin with the preface and read
Wait,
to the
are we
end.
reading? Wait, now, are we reading that today?
Yes, it's only 252 pages. We should be done in no time.
Oh, but maybe we can just have a discussion instead. What do you think, Cairo?
Okay, let's have a discussion about this book.
Oh, no. I'd rather not, please.
Okay, let's rather not.
I'll let you read it on your own.
Oh, thank you.
And you can bring
Well,
back a short summary of it.
Yeah.
okay. Well, if you go after the end of this session, if you go to Wake Up and Think Clearly on YouTube and go to the live streamings, this should be saved there, and you could go there and find me reading this book, and to your delight, you won't have to read it yourself. You can just listen to me reading it. Well, I finished reading the table of contents. It only took me a half an hour to read the table of contents.
Wow.
And then I will start the preface next Saturday morning and go on, so and so forth. So we should be done with this book by the end of 2024. So
I
in
was going to say that.
in the beginning of 2024, we should be done by it, and we will know the logic real well. And we'll be able to wake up and think logically.
Ira,
Whoa.
how is Rosa feeling? Is she recovered or what's happening?
She sounds.
I haven't heard from her. We don't know where we're staying.
I haven't seen her in a week or so. She also stayed maybe with her friend Cindy, or maybe with her daughter, or somewhere. She stayed away from the house for Christmas and into New Year, maybe. Well, I haven't been there because I too have stayed away from my apartment room. I am staying at the beautiful house of my mother, Berta Celia, in beautiful Heathrow, Sanford, Lake Mary, Florida. So I haven't seen Rosa in a week or so.
Do you have any idea when she's coming back, or if we should go there, or what we should do?
Oh, she's definitely coming back. She could be back now. I don't know if she's back. I haven't been there. In a week.
I sent her an email and I sent a copy to you because I know sometimes she doesn't check her emails, but no one's answered. So I don't know.
Oh, she's had a problem with her email because she got a new intelligent phone. An iPhone. I means intelligent. So it's so intelligent that nobody knows how to use it.
That's like me.
Now she's and she hadn't figured out how to add her regular email onto the email reading app that's called Email in the Apple ecosystem, I believe. It's called email. So she hasn't been instructed on how to do that. I haven't been around to do that. So she has no email on her new phone. And I don't know if her old phone is up to able to, well, I guess you could connect it to the Wi-Fi and then she would get her emails, but I don't know. So maybe she hasn't been able to respond to your email requests. Mm.
Okay.
But have no fear. Uh, Next year, she'll be able to respond to you.
But will it be next year before we leave Florida, or will it be before we arrive in Florida?
Oh, yeah. Early next year, I would say January 1st, 2nd, 3rd, around there.
Oh,
You'll
okay.
hear from her.
All right, that'll work because we're in Charleston now.
When are you arriving in Florida, Joel? Maybe.
Well, when we find out if we have a place to stay.
Mm.
Gotcha.
No, maybe you could stay in this room
You'll
and
stay with your mother.
and uh, and then you can help us take care of Beth Cecilia.
You have an army of people. Well, keep me informed, Joel.
Okay.
That way, I'll be able to maybe come and meet you guys or
Yeah, I'd love to
try
do
to make it
that.
happen.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Maybe you could stay at Don's place in the backyard with the dog.
Ah, no! I'm not putting
No?
them in the backyard, and Evie doesn't even stay in the backyard.
Oh, okay.
Evie stays in the house. Um, I don't have a room. My office is my living room, and in a bedroom is the living room. So I do have a bedroom, but it's got living room furniture in it.
Oh no.
But my couch does pull out into a bed.
Hmm.
And I have a second bathroom, but it's just my whole house is set up as an office basically.
Mm.
So it probably won't. It's not like guest ready. But I'm gonna try to look and see if I know anyone that has a guest room nearby. I might know someone. So just send me an email. I'll that way we
Okay.
can exchange phone numbers, Joel, and then I'll see what I can work out.
Well, the problem is our phone doesn't work here in the United States. We've got a Canadian phone number, so that's part of the problem. And I've only got the emails
What?
until we get settled.
Don't you
Oh,
know that? Don't you know that? Isn't the i- is the Canadian system separate or something? Disconnected from the U.S. system?
Well, it depends on the carrier, and we use a carrier in Canada that doesn't have the US phones. And I'm normally not calling too many people anyway, but
Maybe you could request your U.S. carrier to add international calling for a few dollars more, and then
oh,
you can use it to call anyone, to text anyone.
I was gonna also say, if you are on Facebook, Joel, then we can of course talk and text and video chat free on Facebook Messenger.
oh, can you? I don't know how to do that. I must learn how to do that. I don't have to do these things too often, but occasionally, I want to communicate like with Rosa,
Hmm.
and she's probably not much more literate with her new
Oh,
iPhone than I am.
oh,
So
you could also download. I'm assuming your mobile phone is smarter than you, intelligent, like an iPhone, maybe. You could
yeah,
download the WhatsApp app. That's WHATSAPP. WhatsApp app. And then there you just install it. And then when it's installed, you open it, and then it asks you for your phone number, and you type it in, and then it sends a text message to your phone, and then it knows that you are installed on that phone, and then you give yourself a name for WhatsApp. Like, you could use your own name or something interesting, and then maybe put a picture of yourself, and then you've got WhatsApp working, and then you invite others to use WhatsApp, and maybe type in my phone number. That's 407-486-8642, same as the oh, but you maybe, because it's a Canadian phone, maybe you need to add a +1 to the number, and then you chat with me on WhatsApp, and
Oh,
you can even
okay.
leave messages, audio messages, and you can even call me on WhatsApp. If you have good internet, you could call me on WhatsApp, and I could answer, and I could call
Okay.
you,
Okay, I could try
and
that.
it's free. It's because if you have internet connected to the phone, or your phone service already has data, but that might use it up quickly. But if you connect to a Wi-Fi, then you can make free calls anywhere. Hmm.
That sounds good.
We've solved a problem.
Well, now I at least understand the usefulness of WhatsApp. Previously, people would tell me about all these things, but I never had cause to need them. But now I need to get in touch with Rosa to find out if we're going to be her tenant or if we must look elsewhere.
Hmm.
All right, so I'll email you my Facebook. You have Facebook, right, Joel?
Yeah, but I don't use it that much. I don't really know how to well. I very rarely use it, but I do have an account there.
Ah,
I have a picture of a gorilla, if I'm not mistaken.
all
Hmm.
right. Well, I'll try to send you my link
Oh.
and see
Oh.
if you get it and can send me a message. And if
Yep,
we
Oh.
can connect that way
yep,
initially, then you'll be able to communicate anywhere using
yep.
Facebook Messenger.
Hmm.
So I'll try that shortly.
Good.
Hmm. Oh, here's mine. I'll copy my link, and I'll put it in the chat. Let's see. Here's chat. Chat, 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 chat. And
Good
I,
idea.
So
there. That's me on Facebook. So if you have a phone, hmm. Oh,
okay,
maybe,
I see that. I've
oh,
got you.
maybe you don't need, maybe you don't even need, oh, maybe you don't, oh. I was trying to edit. Oh, someone's knocking at the door.
Who's that?
Let's see. On Zoom.
Someone's
Oh,
knocking at the door.
Is it the real door or the digital door?
oh, it's Cody.
Open the door.
Welcome, Cody Cole. Where have you been all this life?
Hey, Cody.
I remember you as my kind mother from a previous life. No, not really. I mean, I don't remember, but you probably were. Then yes. Welcome to Wake Up and Think Clearly and She Game, the ancient 21st century game invented by Joel in Canada. Where are you located, Cody?
I'm right now in it. I'm in Ocala, Florida.
Oh, okay. Yes, I
Yeah,
I remember you.
He's close to my
yeah.
side. I'm in Inverness in Citrus
You
County.
you were in the Marines,
Yeah.
correct?
Yeah.
And you like ancient history. Maybe
Yeah.
we were we were visited by aliens. Maybe they helped our civilizations.
Yeah.
They taught us things. Yeah, I like that idea or theory.
Hey,
Hmm.
Joel, were you able to click on the links in the chat to connect with our profiles on Facebook? I'm just curious if it worked.
I got as far as Hyros. I didn't see your link. Let me go back.
Yeah.
I got distracted. I was so excited to be able to see how. Oh, there's yours, Dawn. So if I click on yours and Hyros at the same time, will we be connected on Facebook in a 2 or 3-way conversation, or what
No,
no, there I
no.
see.
All you're doing is clicking on the profile link just so that you can connect with us. You can add friend once
Oh,
you get
so
to the profile, and then I'll send you a message.
Hmm.
it looks like you may know this person. Send requests to people you know personally.
Yes, that's the
Oh,
standard message they say.
So
oh,
so when it
maybe.
said add friend, it didn't allow me to add you as a friend. It
It
says
will.
Oh,
send request.
Yes,
maybe.
that's what it is. You said when you add friend, it sends a request.
Oh, have you
Oh,
gotten a request then?
Oh, you already did it? Let me check.
Yeah.
Okay, let me check.
Oh, okay.
yes. Is in Canada, and he's planning a trip. Oh, he's already on his way. He's already in South Carolina.
Yep.
He's heading toward Florida. You know, those Canadians, those snowbirds, they come over here and poop in Florida. They come over here and help the economy because it's so cold in Canada.
It's not so cold this year, but it is cold.
Mm.
I have not received it yet, but it's Meta. Facebook is.
Does it usually take some time?
I don't know. I thought it would come straight away, but if on your side it says requested, then that means that it'll come to me soon.
Let me
Okay.
check mine.
I don't know if I got a thing that said requested.
Well, click on the profile again and go back and see if it says add friend or if it says
No,
requested.
no, it says cancel request for Hyros. And for
Oh,
yours, let me see. It says message,
Send me a message. Click on message.
but it says we're not friends. Okay, I'll just send hello.
Yeah, just send a message. It's okay if we're not friends. You can still chit chat with people.
I see. Okay.
Joe
Oh, I got your
Schuster.
message.
Okay.
And I'm going to say hello back. And now we are
Oh,
connected.
oh, I we're friends. I'm going to, I'm going to confirm. Yes, now
And
we're friends.
now
I'm
I'm
going
going
to
to add
send
you. I just
a
sent you a
message.
friend request, Joel.
Let me see if I know how to use that or do that or whatever I'm supposed to do.
Wake up and think clearly.
Joel is learning to think clearly with Facebook Messenger.
Oh, and think logically. I'm trying to think logically.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah.
apparently
I
I
got a
don't have
book.
the right browser for this. So I
I got
have
a
to
book of logic.
download another
Yes.
browser. This is very, very, very confusing.
So, Joel, this is what I recommend on your device, on your phone. I don't know where you're staying, if you are able to connect to Wi-Fi or if you have data at all.
I don't.
Then Okay. If well, you know, like at Starbucks or a Panera, if you're able to get on a public Wi-Fi,
Yep.
then download the Facebook Messenger app. It's just an app. It's a Facebook Messenger app, and it will allow you to communicate and be able to make phone calls and talk to us using the Facebook Messenger app. It's separate from Facebook.
Okay.
Yeah, just try that.
I'm gonna go and get my phone. It's in the room. I'm just in the lunchroom now,
All right.
having breakfast here.
Hey, Cody, we were, as you can hear, trying to get Joel incommunicado with us since he's now in Florida, or will come to Florida soon, hopefully.
Yeah. Cody, did I understand you to say you were in the Marines?
Yes.
Well, I would love to play Vinci with you because I have played with people in the Navy, but no one from the Marines before. There's a gentleman in Toronto who's an ex-Marine, but he's too old and he's afraid to play the game. He's afraid he won't be able to. So
Wait,
if
what game?
it's called Vinci, it's a board game.
Oh,
You would be the first Marine to ever play it. And I hope to go to the Citadel today and find some Citadel students to play.
what type of game?
It's a logic and strategy game. Hyro and Dawn are debating which one is the Florida champion, but I think Hyro has more experience. He would have to handicap Dawn a point or two just to get a fair match.
Yeah.
I got to go get some more orange juice and a coffee. I shall return, just like MacArthur in the Philippines.
Yes, this morning I was reading a book, Philosophy of Logics. No, not logic, logics. There's many kinds of logics. But I don't know much about it.
I was
So,
wondering if we could try a topic today.
okay.
I've been pondering on about misunderstandings, how so often, and perhaps even more often than not, we humans completely misunderstand each other. And I believe it's possible that most conflicts are born out of misunderstandings. And so I wanted to discuss that and see how, in our own lives, in our interactions, how it's possible that we misunderstand, and it's as simple as, not that we're not listening, but instead that what happens is our own perceptions
Mm,
cause the misunderstandings. It's not intentional at all. And language seems to create another barrier to being
mm,
able to fully understand or comprehend, or be able to realize the perspective of another person. So I just wanted to talk, see if we could come up with some conversation on that, if you're all interested.
mm.
I said something on that topic.
Please.
Um, so I was just listening to a doctor. I forgot what his name is, but when people, I don't know if you guys heard about like when people vibrate at different like, frequencies. So if someone's more at a higher vibration, and then at people at lower vibration. So like say if I'm at a low vibration and I speak to someone at a high vibration, the person at higher vibration might understand. But then if the person at high vibration speaks to me about something as simple as that, I might not catching all the higher frequency thought process of the other person. So like I think that people think that it's verbatim, like just words. But part of understanding people is they say that um I think it's like a 20 80 difference. Like the conversation, the word part is like 20%, and then the rest like body and vibing with people. So like um the conversation part helps guide like a sail on a boat, but the sail doesn't know the direction. So like say if you can say something, it'll just direct the topic. But because the people that you're talking to don't really understand the direction, if they're not vibing with you, they're gonna start going east when you're basically talking about going west. That makes sense.
Well, I think,
That's what that's what I get when I see somebody and I'm talking to them about, like say if I want to talk to them about um making cheeseburgers with American cheese, and they decide to go get um a whole nother, like they're getting cheese, but they're getting like um like provolone cheese or something, thinking that it's the same thing as it's cheese. I guess that's like an example I come up with.
maybe I can chime in for a bit. I'm in Charleston someplace. I don't really know where I am. I got here with the navigator on the car, and now I'm looking at a map of Charleston. And even though I'm here somewhere on the map, I have no idea where I am in relation to downtown Charleston. So the navigator is like words. It tells me exactly where I need to be, and it got me here, but it doesn't give me the perspective or the is maybe wisdom is the word, or the understanding of the implications of those words. So for that, I now need a paper map, maybe, and I had to ask the chap at the front desk.
Mm.
Now I have a slightly better idea. And incidentally,
Oh,
in order to get to downtown Charleston, I have to go on Highway 17. And of course, you are all experienced players, so you know there are 17 spaces on the Vinci board. I take that as auspicious. That's all
oh,
for me for the moment.
maps.google.com. Mm. So let's go to Charleston. Is that where you're at? Charleston, South Carolina?
Yep.
South Carolina.
Yep.
There we are. Wow, you're near the ocean.
Yep.
And
And there you see the 17. That's the highway we have to take to get to downtown Charleston. I never realized that Charleston was like a peninsula inside a huge bay here.
and if you and do you think you're near a Costco, maybe?
Yeah, I'm at wait a minute, I should be able to tell you exactly where I am.
Like, do you know the name of these of the hotel?
It's
Are
a
you at the
it's
Town and Country Inn?
yep, exactly. How did you know?
Oh, because I see them on the map, Town and Country Inn.
Yeah,
So
that's
there you
exactly.
are.
You're psychic.
Yep.
Did you just guess that, or did you hack my computer somehow?
No, I'm looking at the map of Charleston, South Carolina, and I found 17, and you said you were near. What did you say?
Yeah, right here we're 7 and 17. No,
No,
I'm sorry. I'm at the Hampton. Maybe
but
I don't
you're
honestly know where I am, but I'm right around there.
oh, there's the Hampton Inn. Yep, there it is.
Yeah, I think that's where we are.
Oh, there's the Comfort Suites. Oh, I just saw the Hamptons. Where is that? In there somewhere. You're near Fred Anderson Toyota of Charleston. Maybe you can go trade in
Toyota.
your station wagon for the Toyota. Or a hybrid or something, or an electric, yeah.
Have
Or
you people
Hampton Street.
ever tasted Roy Wood sausages? They have them here on the breakfast table, and they're kind of spicy. Mind you, I think everything here is pretty spicy.
Oh, oh, it's stopped. So I will tell you how long it'll take to get to Rosa's by
Okay.
pulling up my Maps app. So I type in Charleston
To Rosa, Florida.
South Carolina.
Put to Rosa's house and see if it knows which house.
Oh, so from there to here, it's only 5 hours and well, maybe I'm a little closer to you than Rosa. Yeah, it says 5 hours and 23 minutes. So maybe to Rosa's it's another half hour. So
And then what
maybe
about me, Hyro? Check
6 hours.
me. I'm in Citrus. I'm in Inverness.
Inverness,
Yes.
Inverness, Florida. Oh my gosh. It's 6 hours.
Oh.
Oh,
Cool.
oh, it's a it's on yeah, near the villages,
Yeah, not far from the villages.
near Wildwood, but you have to go across.
Yes.
Near Citrus Wildlife Management Area, where you can find lots of bears.
Oh, I didn't know about that. But yes.
Lots of lakes.
You're not far, Joel. You're all up in our world. That's awesome.
I'm getting close.
Yep.
Getting close. I'm trying to get an honorary Floridian citizenship.
You can go visit Cody at how where that is.
Cody's how far? 7 hours from Joel? Because I think Ocala is an hour.
Possibly.
It's
Not
not
originally
really.
from California.
Ah.
Let's see, from Charleston to Ocala, it's only 5 hours and 15 minutes.
Oh,
So
wow.
on your way, you can Joel can say hello to Cody and show him how to play the game. It only takes 15 minutes.
We have to have a Florida championship.
Yeah, I
find out whether Marines or graphic designers or Accountants, who are the Florida champions at Vinci?
I
Oh,
will beat you. I will beat the
Ocala
creator of the
She might,
game.
she might.
and south of Gainesville.
I had a good teacher. His name was Joel. Ah. But okay, so back to
Uh,
our topic. If you guys are still interested, do you want to talk about that topic, or shall we choose a different one?
let's talk about that one. What was it?
It
I
was about how
misunderstood you. Oh, the topic is misunderstanding. So I misunderstood you. So there's an example. Misunderstand or like when someone is looking or two people are looking at a big number on the floor. It's the number 9 to one person, but the person on the other side is looking at it and it sees a 6. And so they argue about what they see. No, it's a 9. No, it's a 6. So that's
and both are correct
both are
from their
correct.
perspective.
Hmm.
That's
So
right.
the
And I think that that's what happens quite often, but it's very difficult to sometimes slow the train that's going
mm,
from both sides or all sides to get them to slow down enough to realize that they're talking about the same thing using different words because of their perspective and experience. And I keep encountering this same situation over and over and over again in my world. When I'm talking to people, I see that I do it too. And I only get the opportunity to become aware of my misunderstanding if the other party or parties will take time to talk about it. More often than not nowadays, people say, and I saw it just recently on a post for our community, people will say, oh, it's better to say nothing, be quiet. That
mm,
seems to further exacerbate
mm.
the
Right.
confusion and
Yeah,
misunderstanding.
Right.
especially the political happenings. Like my sister told me, don't you dare post in the family group anything about Israel Palestine conflict because one of the members is Jewish and he grew up. She told me that when he was growing up, the kids told him, "Oh, you're a Jew. Oh, you murdered Jesus," and so he didn't feel very good about that. And so today he lives in and has a nice family but he has uh, yeah, they go to a synagogue and but they have to have security now because there's a lot of anti-Semitism around, anti-Judaism maybe. Yes, so it's so he doesn't feel very good in the situation. Him and his family.
Yes, that's another scenario. How about you, Joel? What's your input?
Sorry, I'm in the kind of the breakfast room here, and I don't want to turn the volume up, so sometimes I miss hearing things.
I was
And
Mm,
just saying, what's your opinion?
there are people chatting all around me, so I've got conversations. Maybe I should move to another spot, and then I can turn the volume up and hear you, and maybe be able to talk at a more normal tone.
mm, mm,
Yeah, so we trip over ourselves as humans because we want to believe that because the way we believe and everything we know here, everything we know has been told to us about the past. None of us lived thousands of years ago, at least that we can remember or recall. So when we say things are a certain way, and we're not specifically talking about our own experience with the certain thing, we must give allowances for others to have experienced that thing different from us. And it still be accurate that their experience happened that way for them. It happened different for us. But there's not enough pause, be it religion, politics. We all have our perspectives on these things, but these are just perspectives. They are belief systems in a way. They are not right or wrong, they just are. But we categorize them these ways. But when we do it, when we categorize it, if we are right, then that means something else is wrong. So I'm just wondering about in our individual experiences with this and how we might be able to break through this, because there's got to be a way forward out of this cycle of crazy.
Mm-hmm.
It's it's kind of difficult because um like like we're born with a program, like we're born without a program, but then when you get into the system, meaning religion, faith, school, government and all that, like they're telling us how things are and creating a reality for us before birth, and we're expected to like go along with it. And then if you rebel is just basically you just trying to figure things out on your own and make sense of certain things and not go with um um it's like with conforming. So once you conform, you're not thinking with your own mind, you're thinking with society and the society goal. So like when you talk to a person about religious things, like me, I've been digging deep in like like Christianity type stuff because I recently got in trouble about some stuff, and everybody was looking at me a certain way. But then I was like, well, let me dig deep because nobody's perfect, And when I dug deep, I start to find out that um like the person named Jesus never existed. It evolved to that person. And the person that is Jesus was the actual being, like Mary and Isis is considered to be the same. But they removed Isis and made Isis to Mary, Virgin Mary, and made her just a woman, where Isis was considered a goddess. And so, if you tell a Christian that, and they're like, well, where are you getting your sources? I'm like, well, I read different books, and in the Bible it says study to show thyself approved, and so to read, and so when you start to study and you start to look, then you start to realize that certain things don't don't add up within just the Bible. And so you look at, and that's the religious part, and then you're dealing with yourself. So like, say you have a bad experience. Some people will see a bad experience because of society and say, well, if a person goes to jail, they're in jail, so then that's bad. But if you're Christian and you look at the Bible and you look at story Job, you take in both good and bad, and you deal with it how you need to. Napoleon Hill said you learn through adversity. So if you go to jail, it could be a bad experience. It could be a situation where you say you don't want to go there again and you're never going to do it again. Or you can go into jail and say, how do I feel about being in this place? Like, how do I feel insufficient? How can I get into a place like this or get put into a place like this and feel not insufficient? You know, because people only think like, well, I'm in jail, then I should think that I should feel bad and you know that's all opinionated based on, like, I guess you could say the crime and things like that. But if it's like a person got like a DUI, they didn't kill anybody or whatever, and they're in jail, and how do they feel about it? What got them feeling a certain way and vibing different? And that's an argument with a person and person self. So then you have a combination of I'm gonna debate or communicate with somebody and hopefully teach them the truth, because in the religious part, you can read the story of Jesus, and Jesus didn't like religion, but yet people go to church every Sunday religiously, and they do everything that Jesus don't want them to do, like celebrate Christmas and celebrate holidays and things like that. So then you start to think like, do they really want the do they really want Christianity? Do they really want um to be like Christ, you know? Or do they want the religious aspect of it, to celebrate Jesus and his birth and stuff that he never taught in the Bible? And so, you know, but it's part of the program, the simulated situation that we got put in, where people, you know, atheists to full religious people, they all are similar in nature. I could tell a person that's an atheist that the person Jesus, the name Jesus was invented for specific reasons, and an atheist would argue it. And I'm like, well, there is a creator. I believe there's a creator, but then I don't believe the story of Jesus being the savior specifically, you know. So and there's a bunch of reasons behind it, and it's a complicated situation when you try to talk to people. It changes from um like you're fighting against yourself, you're fighting against multiple people, and the first place for accuracy is to learn to be honest with yourself first, to be able to look at something and say I like the idea of the Matrix, or like a game. Like, I don't know if anyone plays video games, or like you could say a board game. Like a character in a game is thrown into a situation, and they have to learn how to get out of that situation. And whether it's favorable or unfavorable, they got to figure out how to make that situation favorable on their own. And the more um, images that they put, the more of the deeper the illusion, um, the harder it would be to get out and find truth. Once you're able to look through the illusion and accept things for what they actually are in your reality, then you could move forward, and then you could you could control the not control, but get people to understand you better once you learn who you are. And that's what I've been learning. Once I learned who I am, then I could speak to people on a deeper level because I'm not looking at something based off of my mom or my teacher told me that this is the way it is. Because now that I'm older, if if someone my same age came up to me and said this is how things was or this is how it is, I would want to know deeper. So when I hear people say, well, my mother and my teacher, who were probably once my age, probably had the same experience. I can't go off of that because I'm still learning at my age.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Interesting. Yeah. So when you told the your Christian friends, but I don't see Mary, but as like a reinterpretation of ISIS or something like that.
Right.
They might have gotten upset. How could
Right.
you say that? And so he shunned you, and they thinking inside themselves, may he rot in hell or something like that.
well, well, like I'm
Maybe not.
collecting books that speak about different that speaks on that topic. You know, like one book. Let's see, one book is called "The Historical Origin of Christianity" by Walter Williams.
Oh, I'd I'd like to get that book. Hmm. By who?
Walter Williams. I don't know if
Oh,
I can.
I can't it because you have a blur
I don't
around
know
you.
why I keep doing that.
So uh, so you have to maybe there's a place on your phone that you can remove the blur. I forget how. Maybe you have to tap and go into the controls somewhere. Maybe it's oh uh, the uh, the background and effects. If you tap in the middle of your phone and you go to the move the icons to the far to the very end where you have three dots background
Yes.
and effect, then you can remove it, like leave it normal, or
Oh,
then that now I can see now I can see your hat background, and now I can uh, take a picture of the book, The Historical Origin of Christianity by Walter Williams. Oh, so it's got the pyramid, looks like, or something like
yeah.
a structure that has been in ruins. Yes, that's interesting stuff, fascinating stuff. I got a book on early Christian writers, and so I'm trying to figure out what they thought of Jesus. Did they think of him as God or as a Messiah or what? And that
So
was in the first few centuries. But later on, they came up with the Trinity, or made it the official doctrine of the church that everyone has to believe in the Trinity, and anybody that says otherwise is blasphemy and must be persecuted or eliminated.
the guy that was supposed to be Jesus in this book, his name is Sir Rapis, Serapis, and he was working with like Constantine to because he wanted to like Alexander the Great, when he was conquering the world, like he wanted to figure out how to be immortal and things like that. So the people that were all like spiritual were the Egyptians. The Egyptians were really advanced in like knowledge, and they had the Atlantean like knowledge from after Atlantis. They were like basically a restart of civilization,
Mm.
and they had a lot more like there's religious, which is, you know, I color inside the box, and then there's spirituality, where basically it tells you that I'm I'm you and you're me, meaning there's there's one being, and I can't exist without that one being. So my my spirit and your spirit, when we die, it either comes goes back together, or it stays separate as an experience. So it becomes like a data, it becomes like memory of the actual creator or the being that we live inside.
Mm-hmm.
And
Wow.
so it's like and everything runs off of a micro and macro existence. So like there's intelligent beings that are completely smaller than us, and then there's beings that are way larger to us, to the point where they if it was another being like us that are larger, it wouldn't know that we exist.
Hmm.
But then the smaller beings that are completely smaller can't acknowledge that we exist, because being our size comparison. So it's kind of it's like kind of like the topic. It's kind of like there's you you only run in like how we met up in the group. I can listen to a person because like our group so far is is a group of people who take the time to listen and try to explain
Mm.
what they're trying to what they want to say. And so it's a group where you have good vibes. If we had bad vibes, everyone would talk and have more, would be completely confused. I would think like there'd be a person where they're like, man, this is boring. I don't know why they would talk about this. And then there's someone that's like, you know, I like this, and it's a complete like it's something that I've always thought about, right? And so if it's everybody that's like, all right, there are everyone like mine, everyone that's in a like mind vibes to get vibes the same. So like when I was talking about frequency, it's frequency is a vibration, so it's vibing together. So if we're talking, like sometimes a person wouldn't have to say much, and everyone else would like just be like, you know what, I get what they're saying. You know what I'm saying? Without interrupting and stuff like that. They're like, no, I get what you're saying. Like because it resonates, it starts to vibrate. It's everything's on the same like frequency,
Mm.
you know.
Resonant.
And
Resonant frequency.
yeah,
Like, mm, or or it might be an octave higher that it resonates. Or it could be a note that is harmonic. Or like, on a piano chord. It sounds good. Or that you might want to have some dissonance for
yeah.
jazz. And then
And that makes sense too. Like
interesting.
if you play a song, like for instance, if a person plays a song and like we all had like a certain experience with that song, if that song comes on again, we could all have the same thought process based off of that tune of that song without saying anything. So like say if something tragic happened and somebody played a sad song or a song that relate to that incident or a happy situation, someone plays that same song, everyone would could like go back to the same thought process when the song was first played together.
I mean, interesting that. So that book talks about when Alexander the Great hmm, came into Egypt and
Or Kemet.
advanced knowledge, and they were very spiritual, and they got their knowledge from maybe at Atlantis, wherever that
Yeah.
disappeared to. Maybe it was all of the Sahara Desert. Maybe that's where Atlantis was, and it like dried up and got covered with sands.
Well, the Sahara Desert, you know how I was talking about how you asked me about the historical stuff. There's this guy, he talks about mud fossils. And just to be real quick, so we can stay on topic. But the whole top of the top region is supposed to be considered Titan, the dragon that fought Zeus.
Mm.
And and in the Sahara Desert is a giant fish. So that part of the Sahara Desert is considered like a giant fish that the dragon was trying to kill. And the dragon Titan was probably like 11 miles long. So like, but like it's like really ancient. If you look at the top of the map, um, it's hard to see. But once you start to understand, if you understand anatomy, you can see where the tear between and they look like mountains. They don't, it's you won't see it because you'll look at a mountain and be like, no, that can't be something that lived a long time ago. Basically, like dinosaurs and us, we're like parasites in comparison to these creatures.
Mm.
Yeah,
Interesting.
I'll have to send you or send you guys a link if you guys ever are interested. But once you start to figure out things like stuff in the past, um, like for instance, you got Medusa, you got Lot, where Lot's wife got turned to stone. They have a new case where Russian soldiers, and you can find it online, the CIA file, where they got turned to stone. Um, you got the Monkey King. He was turned to stone. You got the what's called it um the Chinese soldiers. They're all like stone, but they all look different. So and then they found a statue, a Buddhist statue, where a Buddhist priest was sitting in prayer, and they did an X-ray on it, and they found skeleton inside of the statue.
Mm.
So so like and so like there were things back then that was able to turn something into another element. So like salt, stone, or whatever you want to call it. Stone is just if you break stone apart, it's just a bunch of crystals, like salt.
Mm.
And then you start to think, where do you get all your Himalayan salt? That's pink,
Mm-hmm.
pink Himalayan salt. And then you start to think it must have came out of a giant creature that they
Mm.
find, and so that's my little soapbox on that topic,
Mm.
but yeah.
Or maybe
I think Dawn's waiting to speak.
Yeah, my bad. I
no,
can.
rose her hand. You may speak, Dawn. The dawning of the dawn.
Dawning of a new day. Yeah, I agree with all that Cody was saying about how through our religious programming, through our experience, we come to understand things a certain way. Through our education system, we come to understand things a certain way. But the one constant, and I've said it before, the one constant here, it's not the only constant, but one major constant on this earth is change. And we change naturally. There is no force required, but you can use a force to change your state of mind. And it changes on its own because of our experiences. You experience reading a book, which then gives you more things to perceive, more ways to comprehend information. But yet, it's not the only way. In fact, all information together brings a fuller picture of reality than just a viewpoint. When you read a book, it's a person's perspective. Even if they say factual,
Oh,
even if they say this is factual, this is what happened. When someone tells a story of what happened, they can only tell it from their own language, from their own perspective. You have no other way of telling a story than from your perspective. Now, you can quote what someone else has said, but that's not what we're talking about here. What we're talking about is how we continuously get into battles with one another over understandings of information. That's what it is. Your understanding is this, my understanding is that. Together, it gives a full picture of what it could be. Neither may be exactly accurate, but it has to do with intention. And so, back to what Cody was saying about how you have to talk, you have to be able to have a calm, peaceful space where you can exchange ideas. I don't fully understand all of the ways because there's not just one way. There are a myriad of ways that we can overcome this obstacle, but all I do know is it has to be done collectively. And it has to be done collectively by embodying in ourselves that we are determined to not become angry at the other person because we don't like their viewpoint or we don't like what they're saying, but to understand that their viewpoint was formed from their experiences and their programming, just like ours. And it does not hurt us. I witnessed many people lashing out at other people because they post their viewpoint. I mean, lashing out, ridiculing, demoralizing someone else because of their viewpoint, and it makes no sense to me. So I really am grateful for this conversation about how we create the problem and then we look to somebody else to fix it. But nobody can fix it but ourselves. There is no religion needed, but you can use it as a tool. We have to really accept that, in my opinion.
mm, mhm, 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 mhm.
I'd like to, if no one else has anything to say, comment on Cody's concept of frequency. So
Mm,
recently I was having a game of Vinci with
mhm,
a group from the Ukraine. And when I play Vinci, I play to win. So
mm,
regardless of whether I'm playing with whoever, I just found it simpler to play it to the best of my ability and see what happens, so that people have to wonder. But I was playing with this couple and their two children, and they have recently arrived in Canada from the Ukraine. And their little boy was really too young to play. He was still learning his numbers and counting on his fingers. It's not for children that young, but he wanted to play because his older brother had played. And watched as he was playing. He and his mother and I were playing, and the mother glanced at me momentarily and made a bad move to give little Max an advantage. And I think that no words were ever spoken or exchanged, but I realized what she was doing. She's a very, astute woman and wouldn't have done something like that. And it suddenly dawned on me that maybe my philosophy in playing was wrong, that there are different situations where other rules should apply. Was that an example of, her name is Anna, and she's a dentist from the Ukraine and hoping to practice in Canada now. But is that an example of how we were on the same frequency? There was nothing spoken. She glanced at me momentarily and immediately realized what she was doing. And it caused me to have pause about my underlying philosophy of 10 years, that maybe I was wrong. Maybe I shouldn't always play this to win. And anyway, it just made me think of that frequency concept.
Yeah, because if you didn't need to really say much, and then she didn't really need to say much, you guys are on the same. Because like frequency, if you start to think of the way a person thinks, so if I think like you, my brain, my DNA, everything is vibrating in the same frequency as you. If it's vibrating at the same frequency as you, basically it's like we become one at the same time, at the same moment, in a sense. And so like when you think of, like when people talk about like telepathy, things like that, I know I'm when we start to think of that type of stuff, they're just thinking on the same frequency. So I don't need to speak and say so many words to describe something when everything is given as thought. And so thought is vibration, and we're in the same field. Have you guys heard of Joe Dispenza?
Yes.
So Dr. Joe Dispenza, he talks about the field that's around every person as like a torus. And in the torus field, if I go and I get into within range of you, we could start to vibrate at the same frequency, with mood, with ideas, and all of that, and get what another person is thinking. So yes, I think that's like what you said was like the idea of being in the same frequency. You could come in and clash towards fields, and somebody's like in a negative mood when you were in a high mood, and you could get together, and because our subconscious is trying to figure things out, now by nature we're trying to balance each other out, try to understand each other. So then that's when you start to get in things of people, and then you notice that when both people leave, they're in the same frequency, whether it's upset or happy. You want to just use those two emotions.
And what do you think about in the future? What if we have the technology to be able to read another's mind? Then this was posed by maybe it was Joe Rogan in a conversation with Neil deGrasse Tyson. They were talking back and forth, and so one of them, maybe it was Joe Rogan, saying, what if would that be cool if we could use that as a like a like a lie detector? We could hook them up to a machine that reads the other person's mind, but then Neil deGrasse Tyson says, but then what the person believes, it may be factually incorrect, but to other people, it would be considered a lie, but they honestly believe in what they're thinking. So then it it would, what if it detects it as a lie? But so maybe the machine that reads the minds, whatever it reads, would have to accept it as what they believe. So what that means, that we shouldn't judge others as what they're saying as a lie. We should always assume that whatever they say is what they believe, in a way.
Right.
If I could share, Joe. Oh, go
Absolutely.
ahead.
And uh, frequency, to me, being on the same frequency, wavelength, state of mind, um, those words are interchangeable to me, because what they're talking about is energy and how it vibrates. And as we all know now, everything is energy. Go ahead,
Right.
Don.
Thanks, Don. Just to throw words into the ring, uh, brain waves opposed to the mind. We already are in the concept called the mind. So to tap into it would just be becoming aware of those things. That's why we have like energy, as you're talking, Don, or frequency and sound. Where it's a lie is when we think we can understand somebody else. And understanding is more of an intellectual conversation, hence understanding and discernment, to discern the difference between knowing something and understanding something, but yet never questioning those things, such as, where do I see those things? Do I see what I call a linear experience opposed to an observation experience? And once people start tapping into that a little bit, then these individuals giving us these stories about, can you imagine if we can read somebody else's mind? Well, you're already reading the mind. This is where all languages exist. It's called the mind, ment, man. We just use different words to try to explain it. But for me to explain it to somebody else, you got to go inwards, because no matter what I say, it's going to be misunderstood. That's why we miss things, because it has to be done from within. This is where they come with the concept of tree of life. When a person is reading something, okay, where did you get the concept of reading? When people talk about scriptures, for example, the scripture was downloaded from thoughts, and then how are we to perceive it? From a Latin version, from a Greek version, from a Hebrew version? Because even from a Hebrew, I think it's read from right to left opposed to left to right. So if anybody's ever experimented for themselves, writing with one hand opposed to another hand, you might come to the awareness that you have different kinds of outputs. And then that's expanding now, and you're able to take in more information from the mind. But the brain itself, it's just an organ that can receive information. Same with the heart, same with the midbrain. But anyway, anyway, I'm going to mute myself.
Oh, Dominic, thank you. You remind me that I posted a video of you chatting. What happened was, I did some research into all of the videos that have been posted on this channel. This channel has been around 3 years or so, and YouTube has a way of transcribing what we say, and so it puts it in text form, everything that we say, So their machines have been reading everything that we said I've been uploading everything, and so it reached back to 2020, and in 2021, two moments, one in April and one in October.
Mhm.
October. And so I went to see what's going on, because they flagged it as violating their policy to not talk bad about what the WHO, World Health Organization, has been doing to society, to enforcing that vaccines are good, and anybody that talks bad about the vaccines are bad and must be squashed. So they found moments when we were talking, and so it told me dates, the date and time. So I went back to listen to it, and I said, "Oh, I don't hear anything bad. It's just we're just chatting, and we're not promoting anything bad against it. Besides, it's only got 3 views, and that was back in 2021, and they put a warning on them, and then one of them they actually eliminated. They deleted it, so I can't listen back to what was said. And so I posted me listening to one of them, and one of them got was kind of an argument back and forth between three of us, but there was mention of the vaccine and about the pandemic and about what was going on back then when we were forced to lock ourselves up and things like that. And the vaccine was coming up, and we I could hear talking about that we were getting why get vaccine when we should kind of get your body to develop its immune system, or and why do some not want to get vaccine, why do some do. And so one of us said, I believe it was Dominic, he said that he's going to he would get vaccine because for political reasons, no, for commercial reasons, commerce, because if you don't get vaccine, then they might not let you into places or something like that. That was back, I think that was back in 2021, October, kind of. No, it was in April, because I had gotten the COVID-19 in January 2021. And then in April, I was okay. And we had a conversation. And so you can go back and listen to yourself talking about it. Okay, go ahead, Dominic.
So to share what you're saying, Gerald, it's not about the physical. What you were just talking about, the transcript. Think of data. That's what the soul is. It's data. So they're not talking about you can't or you should take the vaccine or whatever you want to call it. It's you speaking about it. When we speak and we write things, that's data. This is why it's called soul trap. You sign a contract, a soul contract. You come into these realms, everything. Now, you might be attached to the vessel, but most people don't realize you're not the vessel. You spend an enormous amount of energy working to feed and fuel the vessel. But as we talk, it's data. We're living in what they call, some people want to call the matrix. It's just ever so lightly giving people knowledge on that stuff. So now some of that stuff can easily put into a program. Certain words we don't permit. And then you use another program saying, well, those are good or bad, right or wrong. These are the laws. You're living within the laws. This is why we talk about things like the truth and love. Those are energy. You'll know when you're in the presence of truth, and you'll know when you're in the presence of love. But being able to say it, you're just using one of the programs. Same with thinking and feeling, emotion, mental. Those are all programs. That's the masculine energy. The feminine energy is more of the teachable energy. You can be aware of those things. You can have discernment. Oh, okay, so I'm in a program. Yes, the language you're using is a program. How you use it, it's its own variation of programs. How you write it, it's another program. I'm just using today's lingo to describe it. So now when people talk about demons and daemons or whatever, they're there to serve the personality, the behavior of us. But that's not who we are again. This is why we talk about good and evil, spiritual and material. It's people's programs of their likes and dislikes that gets in the way. Now, a lot of the stuff that I'm sharing, most people have never even had these thoughts before. It doesn't cross their mind because they don't realize there are other programs that are running. Ever dare not question yourself? Are you the color of your skin? Are you actually the gender? And these beings, when you look up in the sky, what are those two objects up there? Are they material or are they images? When they talk about Atlanta, is Atlanta here or somewhere else? What is the earth? Dry land. Why do they actually have 7 heads? As even Colin was talking about dragons. When you lay out the plane of the surface, it looks like it's dragons. These are all stories, but these stories, where are they in your images? Anyway, I went way too far. Sorry, guys.
Interesting.
Hey, Jorge. Welcome. Good to see you
Welcome,
again.
Jorge.
Is that
How's life
Good
in
morning.
Texas?
is
Good
that
morning, Dan. Good
is that
morning, Jairo, Joel, Teacher
Hernandez?
Dominic. Good morning, and Cody. Good morning. How are you guys?
Is that Jorge Hernandez in in Houston, Texas?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Wow.
Santa brought me an iPad, but I'm having problems working with an iPad. Is different. The
Oh,
features are different, so be
don't
patient.
worry. Don't worry. iPad means the I means intelligent. So it has tremendous intelligence. So you have to I
I'm working on, so I'm
yeah,
gonna keep listening.
iSchool. You have to go to iSchool to learn how to use
Oh,
that.
oh,
It's only $1,000.
oh. Okay,
Then you'll learn how to use it.
okay. I'll keep listening.
No. Wow. Welcome back, Jorge. We missed you. It was not the same without you. What have you been up to? What have you learned?
Jorge, I was going to just say the topic we are discussing today is about how much of our disagreements here on this earth is born out of misunderstanding each other. And perhaps we might come up with some ways we can, moving forward, help to uh, break this up, help to change ourselves and conflict. And we've all just been sharing our viewpoints on that.
Oh,
Wow,
one
wonderful
way,
question.
one strategy is to change our way of thinking. Like we think that we are always right and they are always wrong. We have to change our way of thinking that maybe I'm wrong and everyone else is right. Maybe, maybe there's a slim chance that they're trying to teach me something to change my way of thinking. So I'll try to imagine that. Well, at least that they believe what they're saying. They're not trying to deceive me. Well, maybe some salesman might have been trained to make it look like he's saying what that, but for the most part, people are genuinely trying to express what they believe in. So we have to try to listen to them, and maybe that'll maybe take a deep breath and before speaking and saying, no, you're wrong, my way or the highway.
Of course, that only applies when people are agreeing with me.
Yes, as long as we agree with Joel, then we're okay because Joel is always right.
Well, I think I should qualify that. I was wrong once, but that was in 1956, and I made it a point never to have it happen again.
Never to believe that you're wrong. Always believe that you're right, and convince others that you're right. And if they can't be convinced, beat them up or something like that. That's Joel's policy. Other than that, we should try to believe everyone else and doubt ourselves a little bit more than usual.
Guys, I'm going to have to go and have a shave and make my way to the Citadel. It was nice to meet you, Cody. I hope we'll see you again over the winter. Maybe we'll all get together and have a 5-way game of Dominican Vinci. You know, Dominic, I don't know whether it was Dominic or his cat, his now dearly departed cat, Buffy. But they taught us a whole new way to play Vinci. So we now have a Dominican method, and we'll have to test that out. So have a great weekend, and I hope I hear from Rosa. I hope we'll all be neighbors for part of the winter. I'll look
Yeah,
forward to meeting you in person.
wow. That'll be historic to actually feel a game board of Vinci. And hmm, well,
Don was talking about like when people are having those conversations, how like I think that she was saying was like people don't like actually engage in the conversation, like they're like, well, I'm gonna just believe what I want to believe without the like the continuing of the argument. It's like like a person who you're born into like say Hinduism or something, right? And then you however they believe is how you believe. But because now somebody else from the outside of the religion like questions like some of the ideas, you're unwilling to look into it for yourself to like learn something new. And so like basically like the whole mindset of I'm talking to you, but it seems like you're not even entertaining the idea that your way or our way could be both false. Like basically if your way is this way and my way is this way, which way could it be? It can't, like she said, it can't be both ways, or could both ways be completely wrong? You know, so like how would I know without testing the waters? You know.
So
uh-huh.
if somebody could, as their own personal experiment, suspend things such as right or wrong, agree or disagree, likes or dislikes, outcomes. If a person could suspend that long enough, they would realize how they go from one program to another program, all the categorization going on. So we're not really truly even hearing other people, let alone are we truly listening from within. Because if you did, that ongoing program that's there 24/7, not your waking state ego, it's saying, you've never truly listened to me. This is
Hmm.
where people realize, well, when you hear people speak, I'm sharing with people. The best way you can respect another human being, just hear them out. Where people deviate is when they say crap like I agree or disagree. That's the ego talking. Now, when somebody says the word resonate, we're talking about energy now. That energy might be coming from the sounds and frequency from that language. And this is where, what would it look like if you could suspend your likes and dislikes, and then you see it's crawling its little head towards your agreeing or disagreeing? Sports teaches outcome, but dare not ever play a sport or a game like chess and not worrying about the outcome. Then you could observe more now. Now you'd be the observer, not the experiencer. The observer does not get caught up in all that kind of stuff. Oh, what do you mean I can't play somebody chess? You can play anybody that knows how to play chess. Yeah, but I can't win. Whoever told you I was saying, oh, I was worrying about outcomes. That takes a lot of effort on a person, because then they're going to say, but then what? Then you might realize you're not the human form. Now you're talking about the being part, the one that all this technology is coming from. Humans, animal part, does not create Wi-Fi. It does not create cars, unless you want to go back to nature. That's the human vessel. Again, that's a tough one because we spend a lot of enormous amount of time. Well, Jesus said this, Buddha said this, Socrates said this, Jordan Peter said this. What are you saying from within?
Oh,
Anyway, going on.
interesting. I like it.
Go ahead, Jorge.
Yes, I have a question. What happens? This is a question for everybody. What happens when we are kids and we play with everybody? We don't see color, we don't see social position, and we fight and we get over after we fight with our friends. After 20 minutes, maybe we play again. We are friends again, like nothing. And what happens there when we are kids? And when that program that the first thing Dominic is talking about, when it kicks in, that social programming or social conditioning. Why when we are kid, we behave in a different in a different way? That's my question.
Yeah.
We haven't formed as many attachments at that point, Jorge. We get caught up in so many attachments, and then most people will say, but I have resistance. I said, no, most of yours are in your attachments. So we categorize things. I'm dispositive. Excuse me, a car needs both positive and negative and grounding. Yeah, but I don't like negative. I said, you don't understand the feminine energy then. And this is where we break away. Then we go from a oneness to a duality where we think it's either or, positive or negative. And then we play these games with ourselves. We play literally. That's why we're in the illusion. We play these games. And when you're children, you have a more of a blank slate because you wouldn't want to know all your previous data. Now, that goes under the premise, do you have rebirth, reincarnation? That opens up another can of worms. But for more times than not, when you're children, you don't have that many attachments. Some of them are being forced at a very young age. They live in poverty. They're being ridiculed because of what they look like, or they're being overpraised for what they look like or what they've accomplished. Now those are slowly forming attachments. Attachment. Think about the word mint, let alone government, settlement. The language gives it away.
Uh-huh. Oh, wow. Yes.
Yes,
So,
but my question was when do we start when getting those attachments? What do you know the age?
wow. Your question is,
I think I think it starts when we began to receive schooling, education, when we began to absorb the energies that are around us, they're teaching us. It starts very quickly for a child because they start to see, for example, uh, when I'm too loud, it makes my mom angry, and then she yells at me. We may, of course, kids don't know these words. Children don't know these words. So what they feel is energetic. And then as language comes, language is the big piece, it seems. As language becomes imbued on the child, then the child starts understanding that these words equal energy, but they don't know it necessarily that way. But that's when it starts, is once they start forming language, it starts pretty quick for them that they understand that, okay, you can't do this, you can't do that. The restrictions are built in by their home, the school, the community, the TV, especially. As far as the age, I believe somewhere between 2 and 5. It actually starts before then, but I believe it starts to solidify in the child between 2 and 5, my opinion.
mm-hmm.
What's reinforcing in the mind? Most of our attachment comes as soon as you take your first breath.
Yeah.
And then your body starts you start feeding your body certain types of foods depending on your culture and all that. So that does it. And then there's the emotional part. They're all there, but there is development years that should be adhered to, but most of us don't do those following years. So I get the mental part done, but that's just solidifying all the other attachments we already have. Again, food, environment. Most people can say I could fast for a long period of time, but how long can we actually go without breath? That's 101. Find out what your attachments are really to. Now that opens the question: what is breath? What is prana? What's chi? Well, actually, not chi. Chi just means harmony. So,
Oh,
but I get it. The mental part, or in this case, the brain. The brain usually doesn't develop till 25 anyway. But there's usually a mental energy. We're literally in a concept called the three dimensions: physical, emotional, and mental. Time time encompasses all four of them, all three of them. Now, again,
I have a
go ahead. Sorry,
oh my
go
bad.
ahead, Code. No, go ahead.
Well, like on the topic, I have a book for Don that I don't know if you read books or not, but
oh, yeah.
they might have it in audiobook if I don't, like whatever way you could get the information is it's just information. But I'm reading the book called The Four Agreements, and that one breaks down like a lot of the like the it talks about like the programming, like how we're the only animal that um would get punished for the same thing like thousands of times. Like we punish ourselves, we guilt trip ourselves, and then if you have family members or you're married or anything like that, they then will refresh that situation. You live everything all over again. So it's like it breaks down different things, and it like all the books that I read, they all send you down the rabbit hole. So it's like you read that, then it's like, all right, well, let me check this out. And so like me, I'm into religion. I'm also looking into healthy foods. I don't know if you guys heard the book from Dr. Arnold Ehret, this one right here. And it talks about like the foods and the systems and fasting and how the basically you could heal the vessel without modern medicine and things like that. So I'm more in a search of truth. So that the really I was just trying to like tell you that's a good book if anybody's into reading books on like conditioning and like breaking it down. It's kind of like it just feels like it's like this what's going on, what we're talking about today.
Did you show that book? Can you show it again so I can take a screenshot?
Here's the well, this one right here is the health book,
Oh,
and
the
then the yeah, this one's mucus. So foods that help because like basically it this the author in this book, he talks about how God basically told us we should eat fruits and vegetables and things like that before um we started eating other like moving life animals and things like that. The book that the Four Agreements,
oh
I got
yeah,
this one. I got this one from Target. So you know,
that's a good one to not take things personally.
yeah.
And but yes, to Jorge, I was going to say if you could, go back to your point as well, because I believe you may have been pointing at some point how, as a child, the child is fairly flexible and open and accepting of everything as it is, and then over time, the child becomes more rigid, more structured, I don't even want to say the word refined, but I want to say more attachments have occurred. Attachments, as Dom was saying, attached to this way of thinking and this belief system, and likes and dislikes. Which once you do that, I like to describe it as like a prison that comes down over you, because for many of us, Once you decide, I like this, it means you don't like something else. And for some reason, of course, I know the reason of how it works for us in our minds, our brains. But what tends to happen for many of us is it blocks the view, the perception of I like this and not that tends to block the view of possibilities oftentimes. And so we get locked in, imprisoned, so to speak, in our own minds, in our own way of thinking. So even though we may be seeing someone else, we're seeing our way of perception and not really what it is. And how long does it take to go from that openness to this closed way? I'd love to know more about that. Go ahead, Jorge.
That was my question, Dan. That was my first question. And besides that, when I was a kid, I don't remember me feeling, oh, for me, I'm poor, I'm limited. I used to walk almost an hour to go to school in Mexico, and then in the school, the public school in Mexico, they don't give you food. So I have to walk back again until 12 p.m., go back to my house, walk again and get some food. Sometimes in the morning, I had a cup of coffee and a couple of cookies, and that's it. But I didn't, I didn't think that I was poor. I used to go to the school and play with my friends and come back home, and I never see myself, oh, poor me. Not until I was 40 years old. Oh, man, yeah, I was poor. I was limited. But again, like you said, and Dominic said it, in Cody, I was talking about programming. Or attachments. Uh, we didn't have that many attachments, but you said something that I like, and that maybe we don't see it. We don't think about it when somebody's talking to us. But that's my question again. So what happened there? If we have an open mind when we were child. So what happened? When exactly did we start getting all these attachments? If we start getting attachments since we were born by our parents, and then there's a gap there. So when exactly do we start doing? Oh my God, I need to wear this because if I don't wear this kind of t-shirt or tennis shoes, my friends they're gonna start laughing at me. So when it does start?
I think, Jorge, like I know we use words like open and mind. A lot of times the brain can be very rigid. So when I'm talking about or I'm sharing about attachments, we're living in a program. Unfortunately, a lot of us, when you're younger, you're more teachable. So I'll give you an example. Somebody will mimic somebody else, but not understand why they're doing it. This is where you become teachable. So now, if we were told at a young age, okay, so I'm in a program, I breathe. Yes, but we're going to teach you how to breathe so that you can actually exercise all your lungs. So like even Cody, when he's talking about those books about fruits and vegetables, we'll talk about it. In ancient times, this is why we have modern times. It's modern times, it's just more lazier times, where people used to understand there's a reason why there's different colors of food and there's different days when you eat those foods and different times. This is why even today there's people that are very wise and they remember. That's why we bring out the word educate. Oh, you have to know when to plant your seeds. You need to know when to move energy. So that there's a reason for all those signs up there. You know, the sun and the moon. Even the moon is a funny story all by itself, but all those other planetary alignments. We used to have the 10-day cycle. People used to follow Ceres opposed to the 7-day cycle that we're following. You know, this is why we have numbers, you know, but those are all things you would think when you're learning those things, or at least observing those things, somebody can explain it and break it down for you. This is kind of like traditions. Traditions, what could happen if nobody teaches you, they're either people are going to follow it aimlessly or they'll die. So now when a person is learning language, it would be nice if this is why we have all the whys. Why do we speak this language? And how do we speak it? Now that's a science question. And then of course all those different things like science, philosophy, math, that should all be used in harmony. But our schooling system is not set up for that. That's the setup for you to specialize something. And this is
Hmm.
where we go astray. And then people go to university to learn another hobby. Now, people get offended because I say it's a hobby. I said, well, how many doctors and lawyers do you need? And what would that show? That people don't know how to take care of themselves and deal with their own affairs? And then we have a commerce system. Once you start becoming aware of all that stuff, you realize, oh, so the program has gone astray. Yes, it has. Humans, or in this case, the beings, have gone astray because we've been restricted with our abilities. Now we have to actually use our hands opposed to create things with our images. This is why when they talk about gods and they talk about demigods and they talk about lords, but most people make it into a myth. Well, Dom, I don't believe in God. I don't give a damn what you believe in.
Hmm.
Get to know knowledge and
Interesting.
then learn a little bit about wisdom and understanding. Because who gave you the language? Any human beings that ever gave us the language? Anybody that's giving us Wi-Fi? How does that actually work? How does energy really work? I know we say it, but how does energy really work? And what type of energy are we talking about? Talking about spiritual energy, the things that you can't see when you speak words, or are we talking about the material? And even that, what is material? I'm looking at something. Do I call it a tree? Because now, once I call it a tree, I'm using spiritual now. And where is it alive? Is it the bark? Is it inside? Like us, are we alive inside or outside? Because the outside is the aging process. So, what is life then? Unless we're in life, hence air. The light. What is light? Not those two flashlights, but what is light? This is why when people say, "Oh, I had an out of body experience," I said, because you're in it. But again, they never get to that point. And then they'll read the Bible. I said, you know what kind of people a guy like Jesus and Socrates were? They were observers. We all have that ability, but unfortunately, we're too busy worrying about what I say, what Gyro says, what Cole says, or what some book says, which is fine. Those are like breadcrumbs. But once you go inwards, know thyself, you realize who's the knower, who's the self. Those are both programs.
Wow. Thank you, Dominic. Now I have a question for Cody. He's talking about a book, a diet book. Cody, what do you think about those people, the centenary people, that they don't follow any diet and they live up to 100 years? They don't follow any religion, any diet. They
So
eat, they drink, they smoke, and nothing happened with them. I mean, nothing happened in the sense that they live more than 100 years. What do you think of that?
so so like on the book that I'm looking into, it's not like you you'll find a diet book where it's like, hey, this is how you live healthy and this is living a healthy life. But this book right here, what it does is it goes through, it's more like secret, esoteric, like, and give you more of a reason why certain things um are. So like say if you do um like there's certain foods that are mucus causing. So like arthritis. You can live a good life, but arthritis is an infection, and there's mucus with inside your knee causing the pain and the pus and the popping and all the other stuff. And so you try to eat foods that would help increase the quality of your life. And like how they say that there's diseases that they they'll break it down dis ease, so you're not in ease. So then you take the food and you basically like you like a person with I don't know if anyone heard of Dr. Sebi. He has another book on like health and certain diseases, and he helped people who had like AIDS and cancer and all these diseases, and helped them to you know diet and get in their mind. It basically, it all really leads up to their mind. um and your mind is what actually heals you. But like the fasting process is basically keeping the negative foods or the disease causing foods out of your body. You need different types of food for building and doing different depending on what your physical goals are. But the stuff with like people living like hundreds of years, like they study like this guy, he has like several this guy has several books, and there's just different studies on what we eat and what we consume, and um everything is like basically everything you would end up, if you really start to really look deep, would become spiritual. So like say if a person is an alcoholic, right, and they drink alcohol, and you guys probably heard the idea of words when they used to call certain words spirits, or people will go from eating drinking like alcohol in church to Welchers grapefruit, but then you hear the word Welchers, and then it's like it sounds like someone welting, and then you start listening to the words that are being used. And so it's like when we're being fed, when you're consuming it, it's like you're consuming a spiritual force, and you're putting it into your body and adding it to your body to cause balance. So like say if I came here drinking and I was drunk, my mindset wouldn't be as clear as it is if I was drinking. So it puts my mind in a different state. So like say certain foods, if you eat certain foods, um and alcohol is like fermented, right? It's so if it's fermented fruit, you're eating fruit, but it's fermented, so then it changed the quality. So then now it causes you to be slightly different and spiritually to think different. People, they say that basically you could meditate and heal yourself. The food, it is kind of like Thor's hammer in a sense to me, where Thor, I don't know if you guys watched the Avengers or anything like that, but Thor, he could use his hammer to give himself strength, but he had the strength all along. He just used the hammer to focus his strength. So it's like food is kind of like that. It's like what's good, what's going to help you, what different things going to help you focus your mental state to help heal yourself, to get yourself out of undiseased state. But one thing I was gonna say to you, Jorge, was like people with comfort, people when people get attachments, it's like they get comfort in the things that could be hurting them. So like say um if you if you if you got if you grew up in an area where you're used to it, you're comfortable with it, even though it could be detrimental to your health and your mind. And so people start growing these attachments to things that is actually hurting them. And learning how to unlearn all of that is difficult because you feel safe with that type of environment. Like say for instance, if I got outside and I wanted to walk naked, you know, that could be really good. I could get all kinds of vitamin D. The sun would hit every part of my body. It'd be good for me, right? But then because of society, I got comfortable with not going to jail because me not walking with my clothes off, or people persecute me and like, hey man, you need to go get your clothes on. Like you start to think like what is really comfort. Comfort is just doing stuff that um you're just okay with doing, and not going outside of the box and working hard to get to that next, to ascending, you know. That's my rant.
If I could share on your same question, Jorge, um, I think what we oftentimes get confused with or get confused about is desire, because we desire to correct a problem. For example, many of us, I just turned 51, so I'm a part of that group of people who wanted, as generations before us did as well, wanted our children to have a better life than we did. So we catered more to our children. We gave more to our children to make things easier, to correct wrongs, to balance things that we felt was wrong when we were children. And so we gave more and more to them. And consequently, we end up with what many of us have called snowflakes, weakened children. And I remember being in that state of mind, that state of understanding that, oh my gosh, I weakened my children, because resistance causes a strengthening. That's what it is. Another way of speaking of this resistance is yin and yang. In reality, everything here in this place has a positive and a negative. And of course, the words get in the way. I'm really not talking about the meaning of the word positive and the meaning of the word negative. Instead, what I'm referring to is what we learned in school. For every action has an equal and opposite reaction. Everything. So that means, for example, you can drink water, but if you drink too much water at one time, it hurts you. Everything has an opposite effect than what we expect, but we keep dithering in a circle, so to speak, chasing ourselves, trying to fix problems instead of just being. It's a balance that it is that we're trying to accomplish. We have to have, I believe, an expectation that things are going to happen that we did not expect, that we don't like. Making a problem out of it is the problem. For example, I haven't been to a doctor since 2013. I'm not going. I already learned that's not the way for me. I am very healthy. I just decided for myself that I understood that my body has its own healing mechanism. I have to get out of the way. But people who love me and care about me, I had a client just 2 days ago begging me, oh, you need to get the flu shot. You're getting older. It's going to be uncomfortable to be sick. But the reality is, you're going to get sick from time to time, and it's going to be uncomfortable. I choose to allow my body to heal as best as it can without all of the chemicals. And that's okay. It's not right. It's not wrong. It just works for me. And for my client, it works better for her to get her shots and whatever else she believes she needs. So I think that we have to come to understand that everything we do may have something that we don't like down the line. We don't have to try to fix it. Trying to fix it causes the problem.
Oh, I should put a disclaimer so that YouTube, when it converts this to transcripts, will not remove this content because it sounds like this channel is promoting not taking the vaccines. No, this is just a conversation, YouTube. It's just a free flowing conversation. We're not promoting any idea. We're just allowing people to speak freely. So we're not saying do this or that, just to think about it, to think clearly about things. Wake up and think clearly. Thank you.
Keep in mind, Gyro, they can change that policy at any time, and then they can go back and change all of that. This is more or less for Cody, because I get the sense that you're trying to pursue health. So Serbi was to a certain awareness at that time. So now, when we're talking about health, in this case, the vessel, we got to factor in blood type, because certain blood types are disease resistant. So now we've also introduced in this age, this is why we have the concept of fasting, absence of things. In older ages, they didn't have to worry about Wi-Fi, electricity, and radio frequency that's in the atmosphere. We're getting close to the age of Aquarius. It's an air age. That's why people are getting intuitively the idea, I'll go barefoot everywhere. They need to be grounded more. The mind is up there, and it usually works with the mid body. So when a person's thinking about eating, the diets they should be concerned about is not this the food diet, your emotional and mental diets. Serbi, no offense to him, he had certain information, very restricted, if I may say so. But again, I understand health to a certain point, doesn't mean I practice it. But fasting does serve, no different parasite cleanse, but you have to understand the signs up in the skies. And keep in mind when you are fasting, what are you fasting? Where are you fasting? Because if you're fasting, you're no longer eating food, but yet you're around all kinds of devices. Your body's being bombarded all the time. Then you got to figure out your culture, what your upbringing was. There's so many factors involved in all of this. This is why when I hear people talk about disease, cancer cells get activated because other outside environments have changed. And if you have a blood type like an A or let's for example a B blood type, most men are O blood type, it affects them differently. And this is where Don, you're talking about the yin and yang. The yin and yang is about the known and unknown. Cause and effect. What is the cause? Do you see air? No, you don't. So you're talking about action and reaction. Well, what's the cause of the action? What's the illusion? What's the play? Because that's the feminine energy. The masculine energy is the action part, the part that you move your body around. That's movement. That's not life. That's just movement. If we think that's life, then I'm going to assume a scooter's life. Doesn't work that way. But we get conditioned. That's the indoctrination that we have within ourselves, and we do it to ourselves. It's not like some hideous, there's these other elites. No, we do it to ourselves. Our parents think for some reason they're teaching their kids. I said, you didn't teach them how to breathe. You didn't teach them how to digest their food. That's something else beyond your scope of comprehension. Hence misunderstanding, if we're going to tie that up a little bit. Just note it, guys. That's all I can ever ask of another human being. Just note it. I could be full of crap, but you know something? A lot of shit that we talk about is full of crap. If you're talking about, fertilizing stuff.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Dominic. Thank you, Don. Thank you, Cody. Thank you, Jairo. Cody, by the way, I read that book a couple years ago by Don Miguel Ruiz, The Four Agreements. Is that the book? Is that the
Oh,
same book
yeah,
that you're talking about?
yeah.
Yeah,
Let me
good
see.
book. I love it. Yeah,
Yeah. It's Don Miguel Ruiz.
yeah, yeah. I like books. I like reading books. So I hear you. So
And
yeah, but Dominic, we were talking about the centenaries. What do you think? What do you think about them? What's happening there that they don't get sick because they don't? One of the they don't have any techniques. They don't follow diet. They don't follow any religions. And I've been looking at several documentaries where these people they eat whatever they want, and they are over 100 years, and they don't get sick, and they don't follow no diet and no religion. What do you think about it, Dominic?
Well, there's probably a factor. Environment might play a role. I know they've done studies with people that live in high altitudes, but there's some examples when they live in very below sea level. Um, you would have to talk to them because some of them just have a different resistance to worrying about things. Like we forget, it's just not stress of the mind. You can live in a city where you're being bombarded with noise like a car. A lot of the stuff that we have, man-made stuff, it's not chi. Nature's chi, where you can put like a river beside a forest. That's why when people they go back, and if they really observe their body or themselves, it's like I feel more comfortable when I'm in a forest or a jungle. So those environments might play a role in all of that. And of course, we exchange energy with each other. So if you're in an environment where a lot of people are very negative, meaning that they're not aware of their negative energy, you're going to fall into that energy unless you're really aware, and you have to resist being in that energy. So again, that's one of those things, Garo, you would have to talk to him. Now, if you want to be in that, we can always will and say, I want to live longer. I said, but are you healthier? What environment are you doing? Are you here to be of service to humanity? Or like most people, including myself, most of us are self-absorbed. Whether or not they want to be honest with themselves, they're self-absorbed. Now, then my question, I said, well, when have you left your body? Some people could talk about astral traveling or whatever, but outside of that, most people are sitting inside of that vessel. So what you look outside, that's the illusion. So whatever that health is for them, I don't know, Yara. I can't, Jorge. I wouldn't be able to pinpoint it. You would have to talk to them. Go ahead.
I was reading Joe Dispenza's book, and he was talking about, how like in the Bible they said that our lives were shortened, we got to only live to 120 years. But then there's a guy in China who lived like 200 and something years, and he was married to like 12 different women, but he never got a divorce. So like what the stuff that Dominic was saying makes sense, because like when we if someone came up to you and said, hey, human beings only live 56 years, right? And there'll probably be a lot of human beings that will actually start to die a lot sooner if they believe it. And then you got the constant things around us that's hitting us, like basically we are born in a world of attack, like if because you're born without information, so you don't know how to protect yourself from certain things or use what's being thrown at us, like like it could be anything thrown at you that could end you, and you wouldn't think it could be an apple that falls on you. So like, if like what Dominic is saying makes a lot of sense to me.
Well, there is a game. We play games with ourselves, such as, Don will say it. I'm choosing as an example, Don. I'm 51 years old. Who's 51? The vessel? It goes back to human beings. Those are two species spliced in together. Who I am, I'm not the vessel. So now when somebody gives me a command or say something like, well, Dominic, you can only live 120 years. I said, okay, you're talking about years now and months. You're not talking about time, aren't you? No, I'm not, Dominic. Oh, so people will assume we're talking about time. Yes. The watch and the clock, those are gauges. The signs up in the skies, when did they ever talk about time? This is why when people say, I see 4 ones. What is the energy of number 4? That's time. Why is it not in the sequenocracy sequence? Because that's time. Why don't the Asians like number 4, but they love number 8? Because number 8's the energy for material. And that's why number 9 keeps repeating itself. People call it completion. Yes, because the spiritual has met the material. But if you think or feel that you're 60 years old, then you're going to have to act accordingly, because now you're going to be attached to it. This is why when people play the game of, well, I'm not the birth certificate. No, but you still think you're the vessel. And that's tagged to the vessel, not to you. So if a person's living in a high altitude and none of them know about birthdays, then what age would they be? We don't die. And if we do, I'm going to play with the idea that maybe we're immortals. We just live longer. So somebody that takes good care of their vessel, and say, like I'm using coal as an example, I'm going to do as best as I can to steward my vessel. So then you're realizing you don't own the vessel, you're stewarding it. This is why when people talk about I'm owning land, I said there's a reason why they say landlords. They understand whoever they are, they're not owners of this land. That's a different game all by itself. So now maybe in another lifespan, you've done well. So we're going to allow you to live to 200 years. We're the one that gauges time. This goes back to the will. I don't judge. Let something else do the judging. But most people do judge. That's why they have their likes and dislikes. That's a judgment. Oh, Dom, I get triggered when people say nasty things to me. I said, you get triggered when somebody gives you a compliment. But that's the game that we play, guys. Now, I might be stepping over toes by sharing this, but this stuff is freely given. We just have to tap into the mind. That information is there. I would struggle to start speaking Sanskrit, but I do know of it. Doesn't mean I understand it. This is where knowledge has its limitations. I can know of something, but I don't understand it. So it's the same with numbers. Most people will use numbers or colors, but they won't understand it. And even that, you have to go beyond understanding. And it resonates. That's why some people, they play instruments. I see colors. Oh, so what we see is no, you don't see colors with words. Colors is something totally different. Anyway, it's one of those things, guys. I'm talking to a group of people. I'm pretty sure you guys are aware, and if you feel it feels or resonates with you, fine. If it doesn't, throw it to the side.
Interesting. Fascinating. Fascinating. I wish I wish to understand I wish to understand Sanskrit.
Yeah, it resonates, man. Like the I I use a lot of like analogies from like movies or things that I seen and hope that it helps me to express like ideas. Like like for instance, I just recently heard about the idea of the Greys being the highest technological advance in technology. So if you see their technology, you would think of like godlike technology, but then there's beings that could understand the planet and connect with the planet with their spirit and their soul, and then that would seem godlike. Like there's different things that are um godlike, and but then you start to look at the things that could hurt you and things that can't hurt you. So like technology can hurt you, but then if you start saying, if you start to speak people and they start to believe it, then that's, to me, is like spiritual. So then you got something that's technology and spiritual, both could hurt you or both could like build you up. Is I don't know. That's just me um thinking. And like Dominic, it seems like when he was talking about the like the knowledge, like knowledge and not really understanding it, like to me that's like a more of a stronger in sense of spirit, where like somebody else will probably go and try to gain knowledge maybe by constantly download and using technology to help them get the same information. I don't know. Nah, but I gotta head out. I like talk to you guys. I'll try to come on next week and build that bond.
You're
Good meeting you,
welcome.
Cody.
Thank
Have a
you.
great weekend.
Have a good weekend.
Thank you for sharing. We'll see you
Thank
then.
you, Cody. And I like
Partner
Joe
Rick.
Dispenza too. So I read some books of him. I like him.
Yeah. All right, you guys. Have a good weekend.
All right. Take care.
Good year. Mm.
Yeah.
Good
See you,
conversation, you guys.
see you next year, Cody.
Yes, I have a new theory about what might make us live longer. What if
Okay.
what if there's a lot of factors, of course, but what if one factor well, one of the factors that I've heard and read in yogic literature
Mhm.
that resonates a little bit with me, and maybe I should practice it, is that we're given on the average, who knows how many breaths a year, instead of saying that, oh, humans in this eon live to be to 100 years. That's maybe like physical and biological, and well, that's an average number, but let's say that we're predisposed to live 100 years or so, but and we can't live more, and definitely we can live less. But what if, instead of using measurements of years, we measured breaths, breathing, like an inhale and an exhale, and count how many? And so I wonder if there's statistics that measure how many breaths we live, so that people that are small and hyper, they live shorter because they're breathing in and out at a faster rate. And people that are
Mm.
big and tall, and maybe people, even people that smoke, maybe they might be living longer, because by smoking they take longer amounts of time breathing in and out. And then people who drink a lot, they fall asleep, get knocked out, and then their breath rate is slower, so they end up living longer, even though they might develop all kinds of issues, like like their liver gets really messed up, but they might be ending up living longer. So I heard this short on YouTube or Facebook, those 1 minute things, this expert saying that, like on a bulletin board, say, oh, so humans on the average breathe 15 to 20 breaths a minute. Now, if you can bring it down to 4 breaths a minute, let's see if you can do that. Like, so if we can train ourselves at all times, not just as a yoga pranayama exercise, where they do that a lot in yoga, that they teach you to breathe, inhale and exhale as you're going through the poses and slowing. So there's a lot of emphasis on that. So what if we did that all day? Remember to breathe in slowly and exhale slowly. Then maybe we might live longer just by slowing down our breathing down to four times a minute. What do you think?
What kind of cigarette are we smoking? Gonna be a tobacco or marijuana? I'm just kidding, just kidding.
It's probably better to smoke unfiltered and the old style tobacco, the way the Indians smoked them, or maybe the Cubans. They roll up their cigar.
Yeah.
Well, great topic. It really felt great to have conversation like this again, and hopefully we'll be able to do it again next week.
Next
Come up
year.
with
Oh,
topics.
oh, oh! I searched in Google how many breaths per lifetime, and they've calculated 672 million breaths a lifetime. It is widely reported that a person at rest takes about 16 breaths per minute. That means we breathe about 960 breaths an hour, and so on. They calculated it for up to a year, 8 million a year. So a person who lives 80 will take 672 million breaths a lifetime. So,
What
what
about
if,
the tats, Jairo? What about
what
the
about what?
tats? A
The
tat,
what?
tat. The
What is top?
psychologist said, no, no, no. The psychologist said that we have 60,000 tats. per day, but we repeat it almost the
Oh,
same
thoughts.
thoughts
Oh,
a
okay.
day, thoughts a day.
Oh, okay.
So
Yes.
it's
I've heard
better to
Deepak.
change the thoughts or keep reading. So what is the best way? Thoughts or reading?
Yes. I've heard Deepak Chopra say that in his talks before, way back. He's saying, yes, we're in the habit of thinking the same old thoughts,
Mm-hmm.
like however many they've calculated, and then we go back the next day and we think, oh, we end up thinking the same things, maybe in a different order, depending on what we're doing. Well, we have to think about what we're going to do that day, and so maybe we do the same old things anyway. Maybe remember what our to-do list. Oh, today I gotta do this and that. All that is like 1% of the day of the thoughts. 1% of
Mm-hmm.
the thoughts of the whole day is just thinking about what we're gonna do that day. The rest is we're an automatic. We're like a robot. Maybe that goes to the idea that we're really we really don't have free will. We just think we do.
Free will. That's a good topic for the next year, for the next week. Free will. Do
Yeah.
we really have a free will? But I will wait for the next week. That's gonna be my question.
Yes, maybe we have no choice but to talk about that next time.
Wait. Dominic, I know that you want to talk about it. I know you,
Well,
but
it'll be the same thing we're doing now. We'll just be misunderstanding something else. It'll be our interpretation of the will, whether or not it's free, conducive, narrow, resistance. We parrot what other people say, but we don't question it. What does it mean? Especially when you talk to a Christian. So it's your will or God's will? What will are you using? Because to me, the energy of free will sounds very disobedient and very separate. I want to do my will. Okay, so then how about you think you can fly like a bird right now if you have will? Well, I can. Now, people can say, but I can go in a plane. I said, now you're just being clever. But anyway, it's another concept of misunderstanding. As I yap, I'm the idiot, guys. I'm the one that yaps.
This year, our what is it? Our proposition. What is it?
Resolution.
Our resolution is to talk about misunderstanding, so that maybe we'll learn how to understand better ourselves and others.
So 2024 will be a misunderstanding year too, I guess. Okay, I'm with you. I'm going to resolute that I'm going to misunderstand myself all over again. Oh. What is the word?
How?
What does the word "miss" really mean? Some people use it as sin, missed a
Oh,
mark, mistake.
could it be? Could it be
Mhm.
like this misinformation?
Mhm.
Misunderstanding is a misinformation that we bring about our to ourselves and others, and maybe there's also disinformation. So if there's disinformation, which maybe is on purpose,
Mhm.
then shouldn't there be disunderstanding?
Mhm.
Something to think about.
But from a very childlike point of view, if I tell them, I say, okay, what does the word understand mean? So when people say to me, Lamk, I don't understand you, I said, the word kind of gives it away. You're supposed to be understanding you, not me. That's my responsibility. Unless we're going to start engaging, do you see my senses? Well, no. Have you had my experiences? Well, no. So then what is the person doing? We're always constantly projecting. When somebody says empathy, who are you being empathetic for? For oneself? Have you experienced it? Have you observed it? This is where people say, yeah, but experience is more valuable than observing. Well, so then we all put our hands on the stove? No, there's only few people that have done it. And when I say few, it could be millions, but the rest of us have observed it, either physically with your senses, or you went inwards and that energy travels. Oh, so I just don't have to put my hands on the stove. That's where wisdom comes in. But what most people value wisdom is on the aging process. Well, Dom, I'm 80 years old. I'm a diabetic. I've had a few heart attacks. Okay, thank you for all the things I don't want to do. Can you explain how you became a diabetic? Because that's where wisdom is. when it comes to having to experience it. But if I don't actually become a diabetic and I've just lived a healthy life, wouldn't somebody want to ask me, how does that work, Don? Why? Because I want to go that direction, not the other direction. But they're both wisdom, discernment. But if I say I don't like one, but I like the other one, that's judgment now. That's the ego talking at that point, the lower program. But what's the higher program doing? It's constantly there. That's why when people black out, something takes over, or somebody gets mugged and they didn't see the person with their senses, but yet somebody asks them to give them a visual drawing, and all of a sudden something takes over and it tells them exactly how that person looks like. Where is that? That's kind of the concept that we're creating here, where we have a computer and behind the computer is a hard drive. But the ongoing program is what we call the ego, edging God out because you don't want to be with source. And then we have other energies that go to this computer or laptop or whatever, Wi-Fi, electricity. They've already got the concept of getting a chip, and they can pull into this chip both the energy and information. And if you understand that, then you understand sigils. Everything you learned in school, throw out the fucking door. And then and only then you can start questioning what you want to bring back in. Don't always assume just because you learned something that you shouldn't be able to question those things. It's not about questioning me. I'm doing that quite well on my own because I realized I don't own the language. Now, when somebody refers something written in a book, I said, which way did you read it? Did you read it left or right? Up and down? Did you read it when it was more conducive in different planetary alignments? That's why when people say, well, Dominic, I was able to take more information when I read the book. When? What day was it? What month was it? Did you read it with the letterings red? There's a reason why it's black and white. And when I say reason, because we have to use our senses, even reason, again, as son. If you want to break down the word theory, you'll probably get the same kind of ideal. Because we forget there's energy in everything. I'm just using a word, energy. Obviously, we could use consciousness. You can use whatever you want. So good. No, and it should be all our responsibility to share this kind of information when it comes across thoughts. This is why we have things called afterthoughts, written and spoken. So where were most of these people getting all this information? We just assume, well, it was written. I said, you jumped into a form. That's why we have horoscopes, because you jump into those forms as soon as it comes out of the womb. Why, you thought you were in the womb? But most of us don't understand, or we forget. For some reason, we get amnesia as soon as we come here. It's like, oh, well, I'm speaking. I said, what language are you speaking? How are you writing it down? What about body language?
Oh, another word. I just came up with another word that maybe it's like a synonym to misunderstanding. How about misinterpreting? Maybe we also suffer from misinterpreting what others are saying often.
That's why.
Yes, time. Okay. Oh, okay. Yes, I'll chime in on that, Hyro. Good one. Because we oftentimes misunderstand a person's intention. So that's why I've learned that I check myself. Because when we hear what someone says, we automatically, it's not like you sit down and get up in the morning and say, okay, I'm going to decide to believe something different than what this other person means. That's not what happens. It's automatic that when we hear something, we apply what our understanding is automatically. So without dialogue, without conversation, because we are disconnected from each other energetically, oftentimes. So without that, we apply our own understanding and then we go on about our way. When a conflict comes, we start fighting because this is what you said and this is what it means. But that's what it means to us. So we have to allow the other side to have a chance to say, no, I meant these different things because words get in the way. And my perspective on it is that it doesn't matter which word you use, but for some people the word matters. You can't say that word, you have to say a different one. But why do I have to say a different one? This word is the word I intend to use, and it has this energy behind it for me. So instead of countering with, oh, you got to use a different word, perhaps we might decide to say, oh, okay, when you use that word, it means this to you. Okay. And that's it. We don't have to fight over it and got to use a different word and different meanings and all that. It's actually understanding a person's intention that I think
Mm-hmm.
should be our goal.
I'm with you, Don. Unfortunately, a lot of people say things and they don't realize how much those words matter in their sense, where they'll put a whole bunch of posty little marks on their mirror, say, I want to be nothing but positive today. I said, so you're going to spend a lot of time ignoring all the negative energy. Well done. Well done, you moron.
Mm-hmm.
Positive, you need negative energy. And then people say, well, I want to be in the moment. I want to be balanced. I said, you just put a whole bunch of positive fucking cliches out there. And then you're going to have to ignore something else. You have to take the sweet with the sour. And again, this is the shit that people promote to each other.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Dominic, negatives. Of course, you're going to now start assuming. Now you're going to categorize. Well, then my negatives must be in my dislike sections. Life suffering is all about all the pains. Most people avoid those shit. It's your attachments that you're clinging to, like there's no tomorrow. You're like a Jonesing. I gotta be happy all the time. A crack addict that basically snorts fucking crack cocaine underneath a bridge. In that moment, it's gonna have a fleeting moment of happiness. But what most people want to do, I want to be able to do it all the time. I said, then balance your energies. Put them in the same room. It's not about just being positive. And then they wonder why. Well, Dominic, I don't know why I'm always watching TV and watching all these TV programs. Because what do you think the positive energy is?
Mm.
Fuck we as
Oh,
humans. When we jump into sorry guys, when we jump into these forms, we act like fucking total morons. And you should be able to say that to yourself just to test it. Opposed to all these cliches. Well, I'm a good person. Get the fuck out of here. You have moments of being good, and even that, you're probably acting. Hence the word illusion, Maya. Well, Dom, I understand Sanskrit. Okay, good for you, you fucking moron. You want to understand things, comprehending of things? The language of Greek was better, the better frequency. You want to understand how to heal the body? Sanskrit probably served a purpose. You want confusing language? Speak English.
oh, because it's a mutt. It's a mixture of many,
Thanks, Charlie.
and maybe that's why we have a lot of synonyms. And so then that's why maybe we should look at other words other than misunderstanding, like understanding, like Dominic says. You get the impression that you have to stand underneath somebody. Do you understand me? Well, no, I'm standing right next to you. Why do I have to stand under you?
Well, Jarrell,
So maybe,
go ahead.
so maybe instead of misunderstanding, maybe we could consider misinterpret or misapprehend or what others, or not having empathy or just failure to communicate.
If we want to get into the energy in the old ancient, when people talk about Jesus and he took up sin, the sun, SUNSON, took up sin, the moon. This is why people still do the Saturn thing. That's why it's misunderstanding sin. Now, there is the concept called the tree of life. And in the tree of life, you have one side is wisdom, the other side is understanding. What are they under? Then when you start realizing that, then you could do things called access consciousness. You can go beyond the mind. Now, I know a lot of people might, or some people are going to perceive, oh, those are just stories. Everything's a story. What you call reality might be based on a physical interpretation, let alone a mental interpretation, let alone an emotional interpretation. Again, which one are we talking about? This is where people start going inwards. And once you go inwards, you realize, oh, why do they keep on saying going from within? Because you have many receivers. It's like looking at a cell phone. Do you think every messages, the text messages, the photo, the Wi-Fi, you think they're all coming from there? No, they're coming from somewhere else. Those are receivers. This is why they have chips inside of those phones, because they're like sigils. They can take in all kinds of information. Now, do any of us know how to make that? No. So this must be outside of this realm's technology. This is where people talk about different landmasses. This is why when we talk about Odin, Atlanta, Germanica, different bodies of water, because they want to keep us in the little zoo distracted. Or maybe we lost a spiritual war and now we're here. Don't know. You can make it anything. You can call it a classroom if you want. But if it's a classroom, are you willing to share with other people? If it's a prison, are you just here to be selfish? Okay, I'm just going to serve my time and then I'll do nirvana. I'm not going to come back and help my fellow beings. I'm just going to be a selfish fucking human being. Well, you're going to come back again because you're already selfish. Well, I read the Bible. I read the Buddhism teachings. I read the Quran. Oh, okay. I read Mickey Mouse too. So what's up with that? Dare not ever challenge these things. Not me. I'm just being a goof right now. If that's a person what they're pursuing. If they just want more intellectual conversation, just read a bunch of books. So I can put it into your phone book and let Siri say it out loud. Look, I'm intelligent. Look, I'm going to repeat everything that Buddhism just said. If we're going to play that game. If not, then naive is the position to be in for most people. Just be unaware. Be a good little servant. Be an NPC character. Continue your existence. Because life is going to continue with or without us.
I am understanding you, or maybe not understanding. I am resonating. How's that? Resonate. I have, or at least I hear where you're coming from, or maybe not, or maybe I'm imagining that I do.
You're hearing me babble like music.
I like that new word, blabble.
Blabble. Did I totally bastardize that word, Don?
I love it. No, I like new words, blabble. I'm gonna use that.
Hola.
Honey, mama.
Hey, sweetheart.
Now I have to go pick up some groceries.
Mira, Jairo,
Mhm.
tienes que pedirme,
But you can keep talking.
me pides,
I'll keep the phone going.
All right, so I think I'm going to go ahead and go and get some breakfast. It's been great with you all. I hope you have a great weekend, and I'll see you next year. I hope.
Ciao, Don.
Okay, Dan. Take care.
Alrighty, bye. You too.
I'll probably take off. Jorge, again, thank you very much. Always being the wise one out of all of us by asking questions, and me being the goofy guy going on and on and on. Love you. I'm off myself.
Okay, thank you, Dominic.
Welcome. Thank you too. Jaro, have a beautiful time with your mom. Enjoy yourself.
Thank you, Dominic. Thank you, everyone.
mamá, ya te terminaste, ya lo terminaste todo. Lo que quiero que termines es eso. Ahorita te doy la arepa. ¿Ok? Y si quieres te doy más fruta. Mira,
Yo también quiero arepa.
Any more questions?
I like to eat some arepa too.
You want eat arepas?
I heard that somebody's gonna eat arepa. I want some too. Or I misunderstood.
Oh, I had my video and audio turned off because I was chatting or getting instructions from my sister. Maybe I should have told George to hold on. Jorge, hold on. I'll be right back. And he left. He couldn't wait. So that's an example of misunderstanding or failure to communicate. Otherwise, if I had been wise, I would have made it so that Jorge would still be talking to me. So, see, folks, there's misunderstanding, misapprehension, miscomprehension, misinformation, disinformation, misunderstanding. There's a lot of things going on that causes a lot of misunderstanding. There's a lot of suffering, a lot of conflict, a lot of wars are caused by our sticking to our guns, our self cherishing, self grasping ignorance. All these are Buddhist, these last few self cherishing, self grasping ignorance. So, now I'm going to drive to pick up groceries, an additional item. The groceries were ordered online, and my sister ordered them, and she instructed me to go pick them up because they've been ready since around 8 something in the morning. So finally, I'm getting around to it. I wanted to keep the conversation going as much as I could. I got breakfast done while the conversation was going. My sister provided me with a delicious sort of an oatmeal kind of thing. Looked like a layered oatmeal cake with the inside yogurt, something that looked like as if it were. Yeah, I think it's something that she makes. You know, pan like a 8 by 11 size, 3-inch deep flat pan square. This puts in the oven, I suppose. It's pretty good. This uh, this developed a pretty good repertoire of recipes over the years. They're pretty good, and she keeps innovating. That was an innovation first. Maybe she finds the recipes here and there online and tries things. Interesting things. So now I'm going to go get something that she ordered. Some 20 items totaling over $200. And she gave me a debit her credit or debit card. And it seems to be a card that goes with the grocery store that I'm going to. It's called BJ's. It's mostly grocery, but it also has a variety of items. Maybe I was going too fast, so they can't. Mhm. So it's a nice day. It's kind of cool. It was 40 degrees around 6 in the morning. So now maybe it's 60 degrees or 70. But for us Floridians, get pretty chilly, so we wear, or at least I do. I like to wear a sweater or a coat. This morning I took the dog out and I wore a coat. Yeah, I took him out around 8 or so. So that's how it goes. So yes, and this morning I started the meeting at around 6 something a.m. It starts at 7, but I decided to start it earlier and read from a book that I purchased yesterday. It's called Philosophy of Logics. Yes, you heard me right. Logics, as in plural of logic. And this morning, I also learned about plural, no, double plurals. You know, fish, the fish in the sea. There's a lot of fish in the sea, but there's also fishes. That's that's allowed. It's called a double plural. So the meaning of that could be, if I understood correctly, would be the case of when there's different species species of fish in the sea. So we have several different species of fish. Maybe there's some sharks, maybe there's some guppies, and maybe there's some goldfish, there's some salmon. Maybe you wouldn't have dolphins, they're not considered fish. So anyway, all these collection of fish, yes, is where you would want to use a plural form of fish, fishes, fishes in the sea. I think that's what you would use. So that's considered a double plural because normally fish is plural anyway. It's also singular. Come to think of it. So here I caught a fish, and there's fish. There, look at that fish we caught. Fishes, wouldn't say the fishes we caught. Like if you throw a net in the fish and grab a bunch of them, and they're all the same species. You would say I caught a bunch of fish, right? I think so. I'll have to look into dictionaries here and there online. It'd be nice to have an Oxford dictionary physically. I remember Swami brought me an Oxford dictionary. Wow, it's interesting. You can learn a lot just by looking at that book. Anyway, oh, I had this over here, so you probably couldn't hear me. So I'll repeat everything I said. And see if I can remember everything I said. So, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. No, not that. I want to repeat basically what happened. So now it's been about 15 minutes. So around that time, I was being instructed by my sister to go to the grocery store in the middle of my Zoom meeting, but that's okay. I wanted to do some multitasking, but the problem was that sometimes I had to disable my mic on Zoom by going like this, tapping, and maybe the controls come up. So I hit the silence button, so that mutes the mute button actually, and also maybe turn off video, so I could do that. So in order to talk to my sister, and so I imagine that this caused a lot of misunderstanding amongst the folks in the Zoom meeting. and maybe caused desperation, and so they eventually started leaving, and everybody left. So normally I like to get the meeting to go on into 11 a.m., but they kind of started leaving early, and the last one that was still there was Jorge in Texas, and I tried to get him. I tried to talk to him at and tell him to hold on, to keep hang in there. I'm going to keep the phone going, the Zoom meeting going. Maybe I should have said the Zoom meeting going. And he did hold on for a while, but eventually he left. As I was leaving the house, he left, and that's sad. And uh, so I wanted, so maybe if I had told him to hold on, specifically that I have to do some things uh, to get out of the house, to get some additional instruction from my sister and so forth. But I had to attend my sister. I had to make sure that I got the right instructions. So the right instructions are that when I get there, oh yes, I have to show. Oh, the problem was I wanted to. Yes, it's my fault. I am sorry. I forgive me, Jorge, for holding you. Maybe I should have turned on the mic and said, "Wait a minute, I'll be right there with you." Yes, I have to work on informing others what I'm doing. That's a weakness, a fault in me, that I have to inform others of what's going on. So there you go. Yeah, I like George. George Hernandez in Texas. So tomorrow I'm going to have a Zoom meeting, and I'm going to be like Jorge. I'm going to ask questions instead of comment. Mm. Oh, I think I stay on this road and to get to the place. Uh, I got to stay on this road maybe 2 more miles, I think. Today's Saturday. It's a good day. Saturday. Oh, there's another Zoom meeting that I wish to attend. I wonder what time it starts. I wonder if it started already. So I will leave you. I'm so sorry to leave you, folks, but I gotta go to another Zoom meeting. I think it starts. Maybe it starts at 3. Maybe at 1, or maybe even at 10. But I don't think it starts at 10. But I'll check. In my emails, it should be, or could be on Facebook. I signed up on Facebook, but I think by signing up on Facebook, I used a certain email of mine, and so I should check my email, and it should have the link. Although I did copy that link, that Zoom link, into my calendar, Google Calendar, so I should be able to. Hmm, hmm, to go there. So I hope you enjoyed this. I wonder if I can edit this. So how do I say goodbye? Today's the last episode of the year. And so we start a new year 2024 next week. That would be what? Saturday, what? Today's 30th, Saturday 6th? Maybe? We'll see. Maybe it's considered Saturday, January 5. I don't know. I'll have to figure it out. Because tomorrow's the 31st. So it might be January 5. Might be even January 4. I'll see. So bye-bye. Take care. Happy New Year. I can't seem to turn this on. Okay, here I go. I dedicate this to all my kind friends, kind mothers, and people on the Bardo, people in the wars. Who else? The sick people.